Get set up here. Okay, one. Twitch, hello, please. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello to you. Twitch, okay, Twitch is here. Where's my other YouTube stream? YouTube stream number 2, please. There we go. There we are. Okay. Okay. I think we're all set up. I think we're ready to go. I need to find a seed. CD seed. That is CD. We're going to be working on the procedural spawn points today. Finally. We're here. Finally, we're here. Okay, this is the one I was just at. So I need to find a seed where I start in green. I forget, like, I keep incrementing the seeds, and I was all the way up at, like, I had to have been at like 200 or something. I'm just gonna start at 201 and see what we get here. Okay, completely flat. This is also good because it's gonna test a bit of a fix I may have for my fast noise issue. I got a tip from the creator of the fast noise library to pass in a minimum of 16 values to the generator function. And that may have been why it wasn't working before. Oh, the keyframes. Oh no. How do I change the keyframe interval? I'm gonna assume I can't do that. I'm going to assume I cannot do that while I'm streaming. Keyframe interval too high. I thought I turned that down. Where is that option even? Where is that option even? Okay, we're gonna have to figure that out at a different time. Keyframe interval. I need to fix that. I need to fix that. Hang on, let me write that down so I don't forget. Twitch is getting big angy. Which is getting big angy at the keyframe interval. Okay, so I need a green zone. I suppose what zone is this? Is desert. So I need a, or I mean, I guess meta would work too. So I need to start in like a green or a cyan zone. I guess there's probably a few chunks over there that aren't too bad to get to, but we're just gonna start off by exploring some seeds. I feel like we've done this one. Let's just go up to like 210. 210, seed 210. Okay, okay. Promising. We're definitely in a cyan zone though, I believe. Was there a mountain over here? Okay, where am I? Where am I? I'm in cyan and right next to green, actually. This may be fine. This may work. This can work. Okay, this is seed 210. We are in Whitefire Valley. In Runestone Depths. Shadowfin Mire. The Basilisk Swamp of Petrify. Hold me, I'm scared. Okay, so why I needed this seed to test was we're going to be doing some procedural spawning stuff today. Did a little bit already yesterday. Where's my, here we go. So give me that chunk. Select that bad boy. Okay, what do we got? Okay, I have my spawns, my spawny boys. So I already created like some struct for background spawn definitions, and that'll contain information as to what actor to spawn or what entity archetype to spawn, the spawn radius that it like takes up, whether or not we should spawn on the surface, and then a min and max noise level that we'll get into, that we will get into in a moment. So I suppose we'll also by default need them to be navigable is another thing. And I wonder how the EQS system does that. Because what I'm going to have to do now is use PCG for just some random noise generation. Now, let me actually look at the EQS query real quick. Entity, yes. Entities in grid. Trace mode, navigation. Yeah, that is nice, but there's no way to... It's just like random, no, it's just randomness. It's not actual, there's no like noise or anything, so I don't think I can use this. I can probably just check if each point is navigable or project each point onto nav mesh once it comes out of here. And by the time PCG spawns, no, I guess we don't start building the navigation until after PCG is done spawning. So we won't really know. We won't really know. Which is an interesting issue that we're gonna have to deal with. Do I have a function to hook into to know when navigation is done generating for the entire chunk? I don't think so. Because it's a runtime generated nav mesh. Yeah, I don't know that I do. I can definitely rebuild it. How's the optimization? Not necessarily doing any optimization at the moment. Unless you're just asking in general, how's the optimization of the game? Definitely needs work. Definitely needs work, but in an actual package build, it runs quite nicely. Dev build, you know, there's a bunch of assertions that get hit. There's a bunch of, you know, caching that happens that makes for very, very high memory usage. The landscape generation is a little choppy. I know what to do to fix that, though. I just haven't gotten there yet. The ECS system is quite performant. But we're just working on procedural spawn locations today. And let me actually, I need to... Oh god, which one was which? Let me see here. I need to remember to like pin a message. A simple question. Okay, hopefully I have a simple answer for you. Colony Sim. Okay, let's pin this message. Because on YouTube Shorts, it doesn't show you like the title or anything, you know? I want to pin that there just so people have maybe a little bit better understanding of what is actually going on there. Oops, ignore that. Welcome to know everyone. I was looking for a testing seed, and I think this one will be fine. What we're going to be doing today is procedural spawn locations for all the just background entities that are going to be in the world. Right now I just have a bunch of humanoids that we're going to do. But I have, this is all like PCGs, procedural content generation. So all this stuff here is placed procedurally, and I need to actually run this, probably need to run this after my entire graph runs, actually. Probably. So I may actually end up putting you like way over here, which is kind of nasty. What should I like create? Let's named reroute. Can I name you? Oh dear, undo that. That was nasty. Okay. When coding a particular thing in the game, how do you know what function to use? Okay, so it sounds like you're pretty new to programming. And so I would recommend maybe trying to look up things general to programming, not necessarily game dev. Game dev is like a kind of more difficult form of programming. But the answer to that is either you look it up, you try to do Google searches or even, you know, AI now, or what you need to do to get something accomplished. You got to take whatever you're trying to accomplish and break it down into the smallest possible steps. Like that's kind of what programming is, right? You have a system that you want to build. You need to break it down into the absolute smallest blocks that you can. And then for each one of those blocks, you need to start Google searching, be like, hey, how do I get this small block of functionality done? And either there's going to be some built-in functions for you to use, or you'll need to write your own. And so the answer of what function should I use, it's a combination of functions that you've created just over time for your game or for your program, and functions that are built into the programming language you're using, the library you're using, the game engine you're using, that kind of stuff. So you just really got to become a pro at Google searching and troubleshooting. Okay, so let's call this chunk surface sampler out. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe doing this at runtime is a little sketchy. This is just going to be like initial points. Initial points, okay. And then we're probably going to use those way over here. So take that out, put this way over here. Hello? I just, oh, no get probably, yeah. No get. So I should pause execution here. Hang on, pause regen, there we go. And then basically all of this, actually, only the ones with collision actually matter. So big rocks matters, trees. As an execution dependency, meaning we just want these to finish first before we run the rest of it. Foliage doesn't matter, there's no collision there. Cliff, honestly, get rid of cliff. We're like just straight up not using that anymore. Nor are we doing anything with water. Let's just clean this up. Oh yeah, the seed. I mean, we'll get into that, but not using that at the moment. Trees. Yeah, I mean, I really just think it's trees and the big rocks, which we're not using at all. There is no big rocks in the forest. Okay, so on it, just trees. We can do stuff around trees too, because I think that there are some small rocks there. There's a problem when I Google search something or using AI. I feel like I'm not learning something. Yeah, with AI, I can definitely see that. With Google searching, I mean, it really just comes down to understanding why you're doing the thing that you're doing, you know? Like, you really have to kind of trial and error to figure out why something's working or why it doesn't work. And rather than just copying code, typing it out yourself can help as well. Help it solidify in your mind. And then, you know, always trying to, like, usually what I do now, I don't have to look up, you know, so much now, but usually just with an IDE, right? I can just take this dynamic chunk mesh, for instance, right? And I can just, I'm like, hey, just show me what functions are on this thing, right? I just kind of look through this list and be like, what does it sound like? Do I need to like get some information? Let me look for get blah 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 on here, you know. I try to figure it out myself a little bit as well. Oh, we got a bot. We have a bot. Goodbye, bot. I should be able to ban from my chat thingy. Yeah, I should probably be able to do that, shouldn't I? In case someone says something fucked up. But yeah, you can also try and figure it out on your own a little bit by just looking at what functions exist on the thing that you're working with. Okay, so background spawns, yes, that will have an output that I think we're going to want to pass in here. So I'm going to put that guy right there. We don't have it yet. We don't have it yet. Pause regen. I do have the information. Give me a chunk over here, please. Okay, we'll unpause. Unpause. 130. That is not on here. Need for device? Absolutely. Happy to help. Yeah, especially with AI, that'll become, I think, even more and more the case. Like, I feel like I'm not learning anything, you know. You really have to, like, break down what the AI is giving you, kind of like step by step, if you want to learn, you know. Hello, I would like to see some information here, please. Come on, there should be some debug objects over here for me to click. What Force regen, please. Oh lord, it's laggy. Okay, well let's just is there like I need to like loop. Oh, there needs to be a subgraph. Is there any other way to do like a loop for each or something? Excuse me. Loop. Get loop index. Okay, so I really have to have a subgraph. Okay. Okay, so how's that gonna work then if it's a subgraph? If I had a subgraph, I would need to output data from that, right? So for each one of these, like biome, background spawn definitions, I need to generate some noise. I need to generate some noise. And actually for the first two, they need to share the same noise, right? Maybe I won't do that. There can be some empty spots on the map. That's fine for now. But each entry is going to have some spatial noise generated from the input points here. And what are we doing with that spatial noise? We're going to go through it and pick out the points that are above the min value here, or above the required value that we have, whatever that may be. Which we should probably set that here so that we don't have to do that in PCG, because that's just going to make it a bit more difficult than it needs to be. Say if biome definition dot required or dot background spawns dot required. Oh, I need to for loop through each of it, don't I? Gee, okay, so we're gonna loop through biome definition, background spawns. It's just like spawn info. Say if spawn info dot Required noise level, less than or equal to 0. Let's do the random roll then, and we'll set the required noise level. Equals F math, F rand range, and the range is going to be spawn info dot min noise level to spawn info dot max noise level. Good, good, good. Oh. We need to do a ref here. There we go. Okay, so now that value will actually persist. Okay, that has a value now. This code, I need to put that in the ECG finished generating. Which is where now? Where did I put that? What function is that? Finished generating. Where are you? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. Okay, so here is where I want this code. And if we are visible, so if we've generated and I think in here is probably where we'd want to do that. Load the cold ISMCs. Is coding hard? Yeah, it's got its difficulties. There's more difficult programming and less difficult programming though. What's going on in here, guys? We're doing some game dev today. We're doing some game dev, working on procedural spawn locations for a procedural world, procedural terrain. We're just trying to spawn kind of like just some background mobs for the zone, right? You know, right now I just have some humanoid mobs, but you can think this will be like, you know, some wolves, you know, in the forest and some, you know, shit like that. That's what we're trying to work on. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. So this is going to give me the output data, which should be, it'll be a bunch of PCG data, which I will need to tag with like what spawn points have been chosen and stuff like that. So that's what we're going to go over here and work on. Okay, let's see if I can actually get some data in here. Come on now. Yeah, I know I've kind of like overridden PCG quite a bit. But can you please work for me? Please show me data. Be Jesus, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. What's going on? Looks cool. Some game dev. Procedural spawn locations is what we're trying to come up with. So this is just one world that I've generated. Here's the world map right here. And each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So there's a terrain chunk right there. Each zone on that map was a different color. And they got like mountains around them. And each one kind of has different procedural terrain noise. So different land masses. We need more. I only have a few. Should have a different biome as well. Again, only have a couple right now, but we'll be making more. But I'm actually going to start putting stuff into the world today, hopefully. What's the game name you're working? It's called My Project right now still. So no game name I've come up with. I know C++, and I want to start my game dev journey. What should I learn? Sounds like Unreal Engine may be right up your alley. Unreal Engine C++ is a little bit different from regular C++. They have their own reflection system built on top of it, which means it has like garbage collection and stuff like that. And then you've got like these different macros that you gotta learn. Delegates, U class, U property, U function. It's how that makes things show up in like the blueprint graphs and stuff like that for the visual scripting stuff. I'm your 300th follower. Hope everything is good. Oh, well, thank you for being the 300th follower. Thank you. I don't know shit about game dev though. Well, I appreciate your follow regardless. Maybe I learned something through observation. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, so what I'm learning is that I need to do a subgraph, I think. So we may need to... This is going to be kind of annoying. First of all, pause regeneration, because that's just going to be slow. We need to make another PCG graph here. Not a graph instance. That was the wrong. Oh, I can't delete anything at runtime. Wonderful. Okay. PCG graph, empty graph. This is going to be default background spawns. I'll do underscore loop. I just pop you in there? No, I have to select you. Okay. Spawn loop. Okay, so we have our subgraph in there. Now we need to open that one up and get to work. Are you making a survival game? It'll be kind of like survival light, I think. I'm more so going for like RPG, but it definitely will have survival elements. Like there is like tree chopping and skills like that and stuff. There's no trees I can chop in this zone. Go away, please. Stop that. From a web dev background, so was I. So engine and game dev means like framework and web dev. Yeah, you could think of it that way, but it's much more opinionated than that, right? It's like an entire rendering. there's a lot more to it. It's like a web framework on steroids, maybe. So it's like, you know, every single function you use will be from the game engine, just about. Aka Ebra, thank you, aka Ebra, I presume. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. They just made C++ as C# by adding delegates and garbage collection. Not quite. There's a bit more to it than that, but yeah, they made it more friendly for sure. But that also means, like, they made more features, but that means there's bigger overhead for learning it. So comes at a cost. Oh, this is a game. I usually see people making 2D platformers here. Yeah, not a whole lot of Unreal Engine developers on the Twitch software and game dev section, which is where we're streaming as well for those on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, it's a lot easier to start with a 2D game. So I'm definitely doing kind of hard mode. I've never made a game before, so I've been working on this for about 2.5 years. That gives you any indication to how long it can take. Tomorrow's my physics exam. Oh, good luck on your exam, my brother. Good luck. I'm so happy I was able to drop out of college. I was not gonna make it. Yeah, I can't get over to the other zone. I was gonna show tree chopping. There's a couple trees over here I can maybe get. Yeah, so the cool thing is I have dynamic tree chopping, and so everything we see is like a static mesh, other than the terrain. But when my axe collides with the trees, they turn into dynamic meshes, and I can actually like subtract out Google account. Welcome in, Google account. Looks extra smooth. It could be smoother, but I appreciate that. It could be smoother. Okay. So like wherever my axe oh god, I fell. Okay, hang on. Let's get on the other side. Wherever my axe touches it, it'll actually chop right there. You can see the texture like loaded. And so if I go over here on this side, it makes a chop there. And so this is like the dynamic tree chopping. Shitty animation aside, there we go. And I chopped clean through it, which means I got some wood. I got 8 wood from that. And so that'll be, you know, part of the survival part right there. And then we got some building systems I was just working on. You know, I can put some foundations here. Oh no, I can't build there. How often do I go live? It's pretty sporadic. I usually try to go live, you know. It's probably usually like 3 or 4 times a week. Somewhere around there. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. Just kind of depends on when I have time. Yeah, a little building system too. I'm gonna be spawning stuff, so it's gonna be Colony Simulator and an RPG. So think, you know, deep talent trees, lots of abilities to choose from, different classes to play through. Every playthrough is different because it's all procedural. You kind of run around in the world and you can recruit colonists and you can build them like houses and stuff like that. And they have their own needs and wants and desires and their own classes and skills and stuff that you can like choose for them. And you know, maybe they'll want a big house and you got to build a house for them, and then you can send them to go chop wood for you, and you can send them to go mine ore for you and stuff like that. But then, you know, your base is going to get attacked eventually. You're going to get raided from some other AI colonies. So you'll need to set up defenses and stuff as well. And you'll need to have some soldier type colonists to protect you, protect your colony while you're out in the world. And I also want the whole world to be running, or at least as much as possible. So if I were to build like a colony over here, and let's say I run all the way over here to the other side of the world, my colony is still going to be running because I've written this like ECS system, which will allow me to process all this colony stuff on the background threads to make it like efficient. And so I can have potentially thousands and thousands of entities in the world running, but not actually like rendered or showing anything to save on performance. And same with the terrain. Have you written down anything for the RPG? Yeah, I've got like a, it's called Game Dev To-Dos, but I have like 71 pages of things written down. So I have written down quite a bit, yes. I've written down quite a bit. And eventually these rocks will be mineable with the pickaxe here. The terrain is destructible, but it's just kind of like proof of concepted. It doesn't actually like work super well at the moment. Oh, that didn't even that didn't even deform it. It just changed the vertices on it. Never saw that in games that you just chop one side wherever you do it. It's so cool. Yeah, I love the realism. I agree with you too. It's like I've never seen that in a game. I've never seen them actually chop where your axe is. You know, they just have like some pre-made meshes. And I'm no artist. Like I don't know how to make any of the assets, but and this is my own animation. It doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. And this is my own animation too. Also doesn't look good. Like check out how bad this looks. It don't look good. So even if I tried to make some assets, it wouldn't look good. So I have to lean into my chops as a programmer. So rather than create a bunch of assets for these trees for like when they're chopped, you know, I would need like a unchopped, in process being chopped, and then like a post chop trunk and stump, and I can't make those, so I'm just going to use code to do it for me, essentially. So yeah, and I need to update the physics there. Also my terrain, I'm doing super low res terrain right now just for testing. That's why the terrain is all sharp and jagged. Just generates a little bit faster. Have you tried Mixamo for animations? Yeah, I do have some of the Mixamo stuff. I do have some of that, yeah. Game engine is kind of like web frameworks in a sense. Major features is rendering stuff, simulating physics, managing game elements, yeah, collisions, yeah, all that stuff. Unreal Engine has a ton of systems too, so a lot of upfront learning curve there. I can already sense my Lenovo laptop heating up. Yeah, it gets pretty toasty in my office after I've been game deving for a while. How to write backend for games. It's not HTTP servers or backend framework for game dev. I mean, there's still, you can still do HTTP like requests, right, for the backend server, but Unreal Engine, you can write it in the same, code base. Like Unreal Engine has its own built-in like server settings stuff that you can use. You do have to edit the source code a bit to do so, but you can also just write your own server too if you want. Speaking for Unreal Engine though, for the replication that they have built in, I think you'd want to go with the Unreal Engine server unless you're doing something like a MMO where you need like super custom netcode. I so want to use AI to make game, but the twist is I want to make a carrot AI to meticulously complain about stuff in the game and loop forever. Yeah, so I have some AI generated quests, and you can, right now it's just a button you click. You can go talk to a colonist, you can click a button and it just says generate quest, and I dump my entire game database into the prompt along with some of this AI generated background stuff. So every character that gets spawned into the game gets like a random name. You know, I'm Kit Whisper, a 33-year-old female human paladin. I'm independent and timid. And so you can imagine, like, there are some of these that are just like grumpy and stupid, you know. It just creates like silly combos like that. And then we got this whole background. Kate grew up on the streets, orphaned at a young age, and forced to fend for herself. This fostered a sense of independence, but it also made her wary of others, leading to a timid demeanor. As Kit matured, she found solace in the teachings of the Paladins, drawn to their unwavering commitment to justice. However, her independent nature and lingering timidity sometimes made it difficult for her to fully embrace their doctrines. And so all that gets passed to the AI prompt as well. I make an API request to the Gemini API because of its context window. I'm just planning to just like literally dump everything that's happened in the game into the prompt so that it can draw from that. And I tell it to fill out like a JSON object, and then it just spits that back out to me. And honestly, it does a pretty fucking good job of it. Like 99% of the time it works. So that's pretty cool. And then I've got like these different like quest actions encoded into that JSON object. You know, they could be like, go talk to someone, go kill something, go collect items, something like that. Kid Whisper, I know. Funny name. Silly name. And it usually comes up with some pretty decent quests. Now, the hard part is actually getting them to be grounded in the game. And so one part of that is actually like spawning some of the stuff that it says. Like it picks classes from my like mob database, and we'll actually spawn them in the world. It's kind of shitty at picking locations for them to spawn though, so I'll need to do some work there. But yeah, here's my quest log as well. Nothing in it. Some flax. Let's take some flax. That'll be for like crafting gear and stuff. Some sunflowers. So I got some sunflower seeds here. I believe I made those edible, so you can just eat some sunflower seeds. There's some hemp over here. Yeah, it definitely will have some survival elements to it, but I don't want it to just be... I think there's too many survival games out there right now. I don't want it to be like super survival-y, but it's definitely survival-y in that you can go out, collect resources, and build things, for sure. How do you plan on having those AI API calls in game? If so, how do you think of dealing with API call costs? So I believe I'll probably have a local model as well. I'll probably just do that for like, you know, generic AI banter, you know, just so the colony, you know, give some more life into the colonists when you talk to them and stuff like that. And they can talk to each other. And that'll just be kind of like running in the background. But then I think I'll also have the ability for the user to input an API key. And you can I'll probably end up wiring up, you know, the ChatGPT OpenAI API, you know. I'll wire that up too. And I'll have a bunch of settings for that essentially. You can put your own API key in there. But the Gemini API is so goddamn cheap. And it's got the 1 million context window. So it's kind of fucking crazy. Like, when I was working on the quest generator, I would go a whole day and spend like 15 cents. You know, and I generated like hundreds of quests. So, yeah, it's pretty fucking cheap. And it's only going to get cheaper. So, I'm not too worried about it. Not too worried about it is the answer. I'm not too worried about it, but let's get back to work here. Can you have a follow-up call with game data over the context so it can choose game-grounded things like location? I mean, I do that all up front. No need to do a follow-up for that. I do it in 2 parts right now. I found out that if I tell it to, I give it all the game stuff, the game database, you know, all my classes that it can spawn, and I'll continue to do that. I'll also need to put a bunch of lore in there as well for the world. But I do that, and then I just say generate a medieval fantasy game quest. And it just generates it in text format. I also say you can generate multiple quests, so it can actually give me like quest chains as well. And then once that responds to me, I say, okay, now take that and put it into my JSON object. And that actually resulted in cooler quests being created. When I just gave it the JSON object in one shot, it would come up with a bunch of quests like, you know, go kill 10 wolves, give me 10 wolf pelts, go collect 5 mushrooms, you know, kind of boring ones, which I think I will have some of those just to make the cool quests cooler. But when I did it in 2 parts, it actually created like cooler quests with like more like Dungeons and Dragons-y type quests and stuff like that. So that seemed to work better, and I'll continue to tinker and iterate with that. How's the progress, Adam? Welcome. It's good. Good. We're gonna be spawning things, so let's go back to that. We got our loop here. Input data, What is our input data here? Actually, we need that there because that's essentially our initial spawn points. I haven't dropped in a week. What's new? What's new is we kind of finished working on the building system for now, so that's mostly working. And we're going to be starting on procedural spawn locations today, which is kind of what I'm tinkering with now. But I need to... What do I need to do here? Subgraph of parameters override. Oh, do I actually need to give it parameters in here? Okay, so I can definitely do just this in the loop, but then I need the index, right? Oh, I could probably just like get loop index, right? Okay, that's what this is for. And so this is filter elements by index. Get attributes set from index. Here we go. This is probably how I do it. Right there. Right there. And so here is probably going to be my, like, this is what entity to spawn. Did I fix the priority for the pickups? I think so, if I understand what you're talking about. We're doing the line tracing stuff. How long have you been a C++ developer? For the same amount of time that I've been a game developer, the same amount of time I've been an Unreal Engine developer, the same amount of time that I have been a procedural terrain developer. I started on all of them about, I just started learning all of that all at once about 2.5 years ago. I've been a software engineer for about 10 years now, though. Worked on many, many languages. Anyway, attributes set from index. So now I should be able to like get a property or something here, right? How do I like get a property? A property from object path? Property name. So I probably want entity. Wait, so how am I going to do this actually? What's going to be the actual mechanism? Because I just need points, really. I have the index, so I don't actually. I just need the what is it called? What is it called? What did I call it? Spawn radius is really what I need. Spawn radius and required noise level. So we're gonna need to do a couple of those, I think. If this works the way I'm picturing. We'll see. Spawn radius, and then we also need required noise level. Okay, so for each of these, we want to do spatial noise on the input data points. And the spatial noise, Perlin 2D, that's fine. We will need to visualize this. We're going to have procedural spawn locations. So I have passed in a struct, a definition of background spawn information. I'm trying to extract out all that information. And then we're going to do some noise and pick points to spawn in. So I think this scale needs to be. Let me see. Can I debug draw this? Let's save this. We've paused regen. Force it all. Okay, things are running because it's laggy. That's how I know. No debug objects. Can you please debug this for me? I would like to see. I would like to see. I'll go ahead and pass the output there. I have too many incomplete side projects as it is. The struggle. The struggle is real. I'm making you want to get back into it. Do it. There's a new update that came out that has a lot of cool stuff. Sir. What are you doing? Please generate. Please generate. Can I please get some debug data? That would be nice. I've like overridden a lot of parts of the PCG system though, so it's like probably my fault that I'm not seeing any debug stuff. And this is just straight up showing as like not even running, which is weird. Okay, that's showing me some debug information. There. I mean, oh god, I'm like so far away. There we go. There's my terrain. Okay, but why are we, why have you called like all my executions? What are the spawn locations based on, for example? Is it based on the player location or is it random? Just based on the world itself. I think my computer would start a revolt if I tried. About 10 years old now. You'd be surprised what you can get away with. Someone was pointing out the other day that you can turn on a bunch of like mobile settings in Unreal Engine to make it work a lot better. You know what? Let's go ahead and let's regen the world. Start that over. Okay, so why has it called all of my, Okay, so I broke the graph. Why does that broke? Why? Initial points? Do you just not have anything in you? You definitely do. You're running the old AMD Phenom. Oh man. That is definitely a blast from the past. Okay, it doesn't like the fact that I put this into a reroute node. Okay, pause regen for a second. Just wire that back up manually. I didn't want to have to drag that all the way over there. But here we are. Are you actually going to spawn things now for me? Thank you. No? Okay. Force regen. Still nothing. I mean, this is my own fault for sure, but why is it my own fault? Why is it my own fault? I've been working on a rail shooter. Like Until Dawn, Rush of Blood, but multiplayer and with a bunch of different genres. What's your game about? You just happen to come up on my page. I'm doing an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo, procedural terrain. And so, you know, maybe with some survival light elements in there, you know, you can run around the world, destructible terrain, chop trees, gather stuff, you can build a base, you can recruit colonists, your base will get attacked. Dude, how did I break this? How did I break this? What the frick happened here, man? What happened here? Okay, so you like 100% have points. I see the points. I see them. They're here. I see them. There they are. There's the points. Sick, can't wait to see it. Yeah, don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. PCG, why are you doing this to me? You're like just straight up not even passing the data through. Oh yes, it broke because it didn't work. Of course, of course. I wonder, is there some 5.6 update to this that I don't know about? I mean, the other graph is working. Pull that one up. The meadow graph is working. Bro, I literally put that into a in as well. Chunk surface sampler. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I need to I'm gonna purge my because I cache all this as well, so I need to purge my directory here. Let's see, how big is it? How much memory have I used up here? This space. Oh, 1.4 gigs. That's not. Could be worse. Could be worse. Okay. We've deleted that. Okay, let's start again. Yeah, I don't think AI has what was trained on the mistakes that I've made. Why are you like this? This sampler is my own node, and it is the same that's here. I mean, we literally just had it, we just had it working. Do I have to click here? Is that why? Nothing's generating though, at all. Like we're just straight up not getting results. I wonder, does it have to do with, well no, because this would apply to everything, wouldn't it? Yeah, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. That is how I had it too, right? Go back and using like my own video as source control here. Yeah, I mean we're just plugging it straight in. Let me disconnect that. See how it goes. Disconnect that. And anything on the output as well. Force regen. Bruh. I feel like this is a PCG bug, because like I can look at this guy and it has data on it coming out, And it's just not, it's straight up just not going to these other nodes. Meadows graph still working fine, does the exact same thing. Well, it's also, yeah, I did put this code here, like, which I don't need yet, so we're just gonna comment that out. And rebuild. I changed, that shouldn't matter at all. That shouldn't matter at all. Okay, let's restart that, rebuild it. I'm 100% disconnected those. I wonder why they wouldn't work later. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Blueprint fan for similar reasons as well. All right, close my own screen. Okay, yeah, let's just run it again. I probably should probably call this. Oh, see, there we go. Now it's working? Question mark. Now it's working. Okay. So what was it, the output pin code, or did I just need to restart for no reason? Dark Medieval. That's just from a that's just from a free like pack that I added to my project, and it decided to just fucking override the splash image. Pick this guy over here. Oh yeah, it doesn't like that. Okay. What do we got? What do we got here? Okay, so that's not, this does not do. This does not do what I need it to. How do you just, I just need to get like an attribute. How do I just get an attribute? Dang, I have 100% seen this somewhere. I have 100% done this. Biome core, right? Something like that. Oh, they changed the biome core. Interesting. They drastically changed this. Holy shit. I'm glad I didn't, I'm not still using this, because that would have just fucked my day. Sort attributes. Attribute partition. Filter. Show me what this is. Reduce, string append. There's get tags. That's not, I don't need tags though. There's just get actor property, which again is not what I need. Hi Perons, hello, welcome in. Is it a full procedural map? Yes, it is. How to make all surface calculation and make. You're asking how I did the procedural terrain? I can give a quick overview. So first I generate this map. I just generate some 2D. I use the built-in noise node in the material graph in Unreal Engine. and generate just some kind of cloudy texture. And that looks something like this. Here's the map before it gets colored. So I generate this, and this gives me like some black and white. And then on top of this, I generate a Voronoi, a bunch of Voronoi cells. And then I iterate over every single cell in the map, and I assign it a random color from a pool of colors. And then that ends up kind of connecting all the cells in interesting shapes. Like these are all made of like different Voronoi cells. And so then that kind of creates each zone. And each pixel on here is 128 by 128. Each pixel on here represents a terrain chunk. So here I am right here. And if I minimize that, here's a terrain chunk. And so every chunk on that map has a set of terrain chunk parameters that I can use to generate the noise. Every border chunk has rules to generate mountains. I use a spline, and I connect all of the zones together in a spline format. And so what's this zone called again? Whitefire Valley. So let's search Whitefire Valley. If I click there, hello? Okay, you're not going to let me visualize the spline component. There we go. So there's the border spline there. And you can see there's the mountains along it. And so I create mountains around every zone. And then I randomly pick some border chunks to create entrances. So that's what the white ones are. So that's how you would get out of this zone. Into this zone, you go here, 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 here. So that allows you to walk around. The darkness and lightness of each chunk is the altitude. You can see the altitude number up here. So this is ocean, altitude 0, and I go to like some really bright ones. Altitude goes all the way up to 1. So yep, there's 1 right there. Altitude of 1. So that'll actually change the height. And each set of parameterized noise has like these curves for how much the altitude affects it, altitude offset, altitude modifier, that kind of stuff. Let's not do that. And so that's all just for the height map. That generates a height map. And I do that in a compute shader. And I also generate 3D noise, which is all this stuff, all the caves. And then I connect those together and I mesh them in a marching cubes algorithm. And so that's what actually builds the mesh. And then on top of that, I have every single terrain chunk has a PCG graph that runs, and that gets wired up as well with all the different parameters and stuff. And so right now I'm working on spawning like mobs, not just like terrain, trees and stuff and foliage, but we're gonna be spawning mobs. So I'm trying to get that working here. That's a pretty brief rundown of how the terrain generation works. Yeah, so I'm looking for like, I just need to like get a goddamn attribute, and I know there's no get attribute. Unless the list does something that I don't think. Creates an attribute set with 1 entry per attribute on the input data. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. I wonder if you just do create attribute, actually. First of all, pause regen there. Create attribute. And then you can like override it or something. Output target. What is that? No comment. Awesome. Okay, so spawn radius would be a float. Output target is none. Okay, here we go. Enter the name of the attribute. Okay. To get a... Okay, I think you just do this. I think this is how you do it. Prefix it by $sign to get a property. Okay. We'll do $sign spawn radius. Maybe that's what I needed to do here. Do a $sign. Okay, you can regen now, please, and actually regen. Don't just fake it. Did you do it? Warning. Attribute output target was not found. How is this supposed to work? Okay. Unreal Engine PCG, get attribute from something. Is it just get attribute from point index? Because there should only be one. But I don't, it's not on a point set. Get attribute from attribute set. I don't have any points. I don't have any points. Yeah, I don't think that's what I want either. Alright, what do you got for me? Get attribute from index. I mean, I was just looking at those. I don't think that's what I want. Yeah, you still don't. Let me force regen just to make sure that get attribute set from index. I don't. But that's just giving me what I already have. I already have a single attribute set. I need to get attribute from attribute set. Is what I want. You still don't like that. Attribute from attribute. How do you just fucking get a goddamn attribute set? Get an attribute. Hang on. Let's disconnect all those. Yeah, disconnect that. Yeah, that doesn't give me anything. What we're looking at here, we're looking at a PCG graph within Unreal Engine. PCG stands for Procedural Content Generation, and it's what allows me to procedurally spawn all the different little trees and foliage and all the rocks under here, in the caves and stuff. And it's all part of game dev. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. And right now I'm trying to get some spawn locations done. But I'm struggling. I'm struggling with attribute related things. Attribute filter. That like filters points. I just need to get a fucking attribute. Break attribute? No, that's break vector attribute. Get attribute list. Attribute set 2 point. What does that do? Oh. That's crazy. You're crazy, girl. You're crazy. I would have thought I could do that. Also, I'm not actually passing anything in here. Execution dependency is required. You're freaking out, man. 0 entry, that's fine for a lot of chunks. That's gonna happen for a lot of them, because I did not give you... Yeah, I did not give you any... Wait, I didn't plug in... Wait, I'm not plugging in how many loops needs to happen. How do I do that? Okay, I know. I gotta go back to looking at the biome core stuff. Where's like the main loop now? Mesh scattering, blah 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 blah. Boo. Ground scattering weights. Where does it actually run the... Not being so laggy, please. Difference. Get all local biome core data. biome core post difference. Here we go. Well, that's post process graph, isn't it? Well, let's go look at. Oh, it's based on. Okay, let's just dig through this here. Biome generators. Okay, that's just a struct. That's not going to help me at all, is it? Core. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Run generators. That sounds like what I want to look at. Okay, so there's the loop. Why is this not, like, acting like a loop? And this one is. Let's also find out where this is used from. We are using that in my biome core. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's open that. I forgot I, like, updated it and stuff. Why does that loop look different? What the fuck? So I guess I passed a... I probably should pass... this in there? No? How the fuck do you use this? Do you have to mark it as a loop? I wonder. Graph settings. Graph customization. Input. Usage loop. Okay, you do have to like, set up the subgraph as a loop. Okay. Okay. I'm learning. Usage loop. And that should be a attribute set just for the loopage, and we need one more, and that is going to be point data. That's going to be I'll just call it points. We'll just plug that straight in. No need to convert there. And then that is the same. This should be the same as this now. It's probably still not going to work. And then missing subgraph. So let me grab this, put that back in there. Okay, poggers. Okay, now we're looping. Now we're looping, boys. Okay, yeah, that still doesn't like that. We have data, I think. No, it's 0. It's not what I wanted. I do have the data here. I need this number. How do I just get that number? Break. Why is this so hard? Why do you have to make this so hard on me? And this is called a attribute set. Yeah, so just get attribute from attribute set. Solved attribute from attribute set. Oh, that's a gameplay effect thing. That has nothing to do with PCG. I don't have... It's not on a set of points, so point index is not going to help me. I 100% have done this somewhere, somehow. Copy attributes? Rate contents. Get actor property. Now this is doing... Okay, this is doing get property from object path. That's what I had. Get property from object path. Okay, let me look at... What do you do? So you don't use the exclamation mark. You also don't do force object struct extraction. Output name. You don't do... You do nothing special, don't you? You just literally plug it in there. Okay. Am I making this harder than it needs to be? Probably. Probably. What does the game look like? Here's the world. It's all just placeholder assets at the moment. But here's the procedural world here. Here's me. Record scratch. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. And here's the world map. It's just one such world of many that can be generated. Why are you like this? This is why no one likes you. Why no one likes you. Why are you being like this? Input source was last. And what did you have there? Also last. Output name was none. Okay, I'll just put none. Also, I should probably look at what the input is. Can we force regen, please? I was passing that in. Hello, please. Over here to my forest. Grab me that. Select. Come on, you can do it. I once tried to create a game and I broke the startup button on my PC. What? I think you... How did you break the startup button? I think you might have been doing something wrong. That's silly. You're silly. Hello, please, sir. You should have data. You should have data. Not valid or path is a null. Yeah, a lot of issues here. Also, let's turn off the execution dependencies just for now. Make sure there's no fucksy wuxies happening. Please give me data. Please. Please show me. I slammed so hard that it just popped out. Now it's off forever. Yeah, I'm not sure what tutorial you were following, but you shouldn't need to slam your computer to do game dev. I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting. But you must refrain. Okay, are we cooking here or what? What's going on? Can you do things, please? It is trying to do things. I should probably test this on a lot smaller scale. You know what I mean? Because there's just so many graphs that are running for the world. That's a little hard to test at runtime. Are you still running? Yeah, you're still just like, you're probably so backed up. You're probably so backed up. Oh, now I have data. Okay. Now I have data. Yeah, there's the data. Okay, wait. Okay, so I'm getting both. What about this? Yeah, there we go. Now so that one's wrong. We don't want to use that one. We don't want that. Is the map infinite random generating? It could be, but I'm going to clamp it to the world size. Because like I want the world to be running at all times for the Colony Sim side of things, even when you're not there. And so if it were infinite, that would get a little out of control. A little out of control. There should not be 0 entries for this one. This one should have entries. This one should have entries. What chunk am I on here? 030. I need 030, which is not here. Can I actually learn UE5 using only for resources? I did. I've never paid anything to learn programming. Anything programming or gaming related. I even dropped out of college because I didn't want to pay for it. Yeah, I think the executions are just like so backed up. Like this one is still running. I should probably create a better test level. Maybe I should just turn down the terrain generation radius way the fuck down. So there's like basically only one terrain chunk spawned. And that would allow me to iterate quite a bit faster on this. YouTube tutorial mentality, not docs, my friend, docs. Yeah, because this should not be null. Oh, there we go. Why is it talking about max noise level? I'd really appreciate it if you could actually give me a roadmap on how do I do it. I've been really confused for a while and I'm not progressing. Yeah, no one's going to be able to give you a specific roadmap for whatever you want to do. I don't know what part of it you're stuck on, but generally speaking, for any kind of programming, not just gaming, you need to take whatever you have in your head, whatever system you want to implement, and you need to break it down into really small pieces, the smallest logical piece, right? And so for me, you know, take something like I'm doing procedural spawn locations, right? Now that could be a really big system. I need to break that down. What do I need? I just need some points in space. I need 3D points in space. I need them to line up with the terrain. And I need them to be random. And I would like them to, you know, be kind of grouped together. And so I know that I can apply noise to the situation. I use noise a lot. That's something I'm familiar with. And you can use that to create the spatial locations. And if I run that from my PCG graph, then it can go on the terrain, just like everything else that I've spawned. And that's kind of a complicated example, but you just need to break things down into really small pieces. And then when you solve each of the small pieces and connect them together, then you'll have the final thing. And, you know, once you've broken them down into those small pieces, you got to search for that small generic piece on Google, use AI, you know, and you need to try to understand why you're doing the things that you're doing, play around with it, you know, trial and error kind of thing, try slightly different parameters, whatever, slightly different functions, see what happens. And that will start to teach you why you're doing the things that you're doing and why it works or why it doesn't work. That's the most general advice I can give you. And I will say game dev is a little bit harder than normal programming because there's a lot more going on. It's not just web dev, you know. You're not just creating buttons on a UI. You are working with a game engine. Right? Show me this and just show me input data. Okay. You're a solo dev, right? Yes, I am. How long did it take you to learn the fundamentals of UE5? Also, thank you for the price. Hope you make 4. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm learning every day, you know. I only learn what I need to progress to the next step of what I want to do, right? I'm not really like a tutorial guy unless that tutorial is exactly what I'm looking for. You know, I just like, what do I want to do? I want to build a procedural world. Okay, how do I do that? That's what I start searching. Will this be on Steam? Yeah, eventually. Will you release a beta to see if everything will work? Yeah, I'll do some sort of open testing. I'll probably just like, whenever I get to the multiplayer side of things and actually get that rounded out and working, I just may start up a server that viewers can hop in on or something at some point. But that's pretty far down the road, right? That we're years away from something like that. So don't get your hopes up right now. Best you can do is follow or subscribe and just check in from once in a while, see how I'm doing. If you still see all the same placeholder assets, I'm not close. I will have to get rid of all those before I do anything like that. I ripped a lot of sounds and textures from WoW, so I need to get rid of those before I do anything like that. Free or paid? Yeah, I don't know. It's way too early to make those kinds of decisions right now. Like I said, I'm still like learning. everything about UE, Unreal Engine. I'll say I felt like I started getting pretty competent at it and could think in Unreal Engine terms after about a year, I would say. After about a year, I started getting more comfortable. For example, I'm trying to make an FPS game. I'll first learn how the shooting mechanic works and progress slowly with small stuff, make different types of shit. I mean, the first thing you need to start with is just getting a character in the game. Get a character in the game, move it, right? And Unreal Engine has some built-in templates that'll set that up for you automatically. Like there's a first-person template and a third-person template, and they're both, you know, Unreal Engine came from Unreal Tournament, which was a shooter game. Some of you are probably a lot younger than playing that game. But that's how Epic started, was the Unreal Tournament game. It was like a kind of like a Quake competitor. So yeah, the Unreal Engine is deeply rooted in FPS stuff. So if you're doing Unreal Engine things, those templates will be a good place to start. They have a built-in character template, so you'll need to take a look at that. Take a look at the movement component. That's how it moves around and stuff like that. You'll need to learn about you'll probably want to use like gameplay ability system. So that's a system built in Unreal Engine that allows you to like execute abilities and stuff like that. That could be anything from sprinting to jumping to, you know, I use an ability to just like pull up some UI sometimes, you know. You could use an ability for just firing the weapon. You know, if you're doing like an arena shooter type thing, you know, like an Overwatch or something, each one of those would be like a gameplay ability. But yeah, just start with getting a character in the game, moving it around, and then yeah, figure out how to create like shooting effects and stuff like that. Get into animation a little bit, you know. I'll see if I can find your stream someday and check out. Yeah, for sure. I'm 15, almost 16. I've been using UE5 for about 6 months now. I think it's a good achievement if I've learned how to make a small FPS game, which includes enemy AI, which shoots on sight and all. Yeah, for sure. That 100% is a good achievement. Especially if getting into game dev is what you want to do with your life. Now, I need to get an achievement, which is figuring out why these are being dumb. Why are you dumb? The error is saying value number 0 for max noise level, which is not even what I'm trying to extract here. On input 0 is not a valid path or is null, which it's certainly not. I'm literally looking at it. Do I need to put it on input source? Let me go back to where I was looking at. This just does it on input. Okay, are you actually... Do you have data now? You got the data? How many coding languages do you know? I don't know. I never really counted. I know as much as I need to progress on whatever I'm doing. You know, I've worked in JavaScript, TypeScript, Dart, Java, C++ now, C#, Python, SQL if you want to count that, Scala, Lua a little bit, a little bit everything. Not about knowing programming languages though. It's not a goal you should go for. You should go for what you can accomplish with those languages. I know no one's going to help me because I'm very socially limited. I mean, hey, there's tons of forums and Discord servers out there, and you're always free to ask questions in here if you have like a specific question. The more specific question you have, the more specific of an answer I can give you. Solo dev's the way to go, I guess. Yeah, there's plenty of places to reach out. You know, I'm not exactly the most social person either. I would consider myself pretty antisocial. But yeah, there's plenty of places to ask questions online. Even if you are not the most social person. Attribute input source was not found. How do I fucking use this? Force object instruct extraction. Pin will look for this attribute values to load. Exact name has to be input source. Dude, how does this work? How does this work? Attribute partition. Get attribute set from index. Merge attributes. Attribute rename. Add attribute. It's all just working with attribute sets, though. It's not like actually getting a single attribute. I'm gonna go and explore. I might be back. Okay, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Can you recommend a few forums which are popular so I get a reply on time for UE5? I mean, I would just go for the Unreal Engine forums. Just the ones that are on their website. Reddit. There's also an Unreal Engine subreddit as well. You can try that. Have you ever made a physics-based sliding mechanic? I've been having trouble with that. Yeah, no I haven't. No I haven't. That is something I'd like to do though. That is something I'd like to do. I imagine the process for that would be something along the lines of, first of all, you need a button to trigger that, right? I assume you're going for like, you know, press C to like slide down a hill or something like that, you know? And, you know, when you press that button, you need to probably have some sort of flag on your character. It could be a gameplay tag or it could be a Boolean that says like, is sliding a true or something like that. And then if you're sliding, if sliding is true on tick, you would probably want to check the slope of whatever your character is on. And you can do that with a line trace. You just line trace straight down from your character location until it hits ground. And then you check if that slope is, excuse me, if that slope is steep enough. And you would probably want to do that with a dot product is probably what you'd want. A dot product comparing whatever against whatever slope you're going for. And if it's not steep enough, you know, toggle it off. Toggle off sliding. And if it is, use it to then add to velocity or subtract from velocity. You probably want to use it to subtract from velocity, so you slow down eventually or something like that. Something like that. There's more to it, but that would be how you get a good start. I don't know why I'm having such trouble just getting a goddamn attribute. My attribute partition? It seems like overkill though. Delete generators. Should I do that? Hang on. Is that the key? Delete generators. Hang on. Or delete attributes. Pause for a sec. Keep only selected attributes. Select spawn radius. Okay. Now you can regen. I would like to see what data you have now, please. Are we going? I think so. I think so. Oh, we did it. We did it. Okay, well, I think so, because index is still, like, on there. The spawn attributes. Okay, now what do I do with this spawn radius? Now what do I do? I have the spatial noise. We have some spatial noise applied. Can I look at this? Show me that. I can. Okay, cool. So we have some spatial noise. What do I want to do here? I need to basically take this, and I need spawn radius. Let's also give me another one of those. Pause for a sec. Give me another one of those, except we're only going to keep required noise level. And I hope this is what I need to do. We'll see. Required noise level. So then I'll need to do a density filter, where the density... So we have lower bound and upper bound. This would be the lower bound. Upper bound can stay as 1. And so we basically want any points in there. Okay. I think that's what I'd want. So unpause. Show me that. None was found. Metadata domain. Do I have to rename it lower bound? Wait, no, that worked. That's precisely what I would want. Actually, I think. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Oh, there is. Oh, it's not blueprint readable. Okay. 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 Save everything. Save all. We got to rebuild now. Wasn't even on there. Wasn't even on there. Might go grab some more coffee. Might go grab some more coffee. Oh, and I don't have a BRB message on my... Copy. See if I can add one real quick. Hang on. We're building right now, so... source. Bruh. What are you building? I'm working on a game. I'm working on a game. Okay, we're just gonna add a new one over here. Doing it live. Okay. Okay, I need multi-line, don't I? Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. How do I do multi-line? Is that a thing? Or do I just have to... Okay, we're just gonna do this. Okay, here's my BRB message. Okay, hide that for a sec. See if this works real quick. And then I'll probably need to grab some more coffee and take the dogs out. And we'll show the game here in a sec, once this boots up. Once this boots up. All right. You can go away. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Go away. We're opening up like everything. Okay, so I think I can close these out now, though. Close to the right. Wonderful. I'll go ahead and get rid of you, too. Okay, let's run it. Ignore that. Okay, there goes the world. There goes the world. Okay, just grab one. Now here. Okay, I will probably need to wait for the data to show up here. I do this. Ignore that. Oh, and there we go. Okay, required noise level. Perfect. And so we have that. Perfect. And now this isn't complaining. So if I debug that, aha. Okay, so there's all our potential spawn points. There they are. There's all of our potential spawn points. They're showing up. Oh, Lord. Okay, I don't know. Okay, that's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be a lot. Stop it. Stop that. Stop. That's gonna be way too much. Okay, can I just do, if I just do A, okay. I can just work with it. This is really nice that they did this, by the way. Oh, why did the zoom stop working? Sorry about that, YouTube. But this is a really nice... They built in like a visualizer to the PCG graph, which is really nice. So I don't have to flip back and forth so much. So that's really fucking nice, actually. Okay, so I think I've found the answer to my attribute woes. That's what I need to do. And so what I've done is I've taken some spatial noise, which looks like this, looks like that. And that kind of lines up with the terrain, right? And so you see how they're dark and light. Some are dark, some are light. And I'm going to say, hey, only give me the ones that are above whatever the randomly generated bound is, which I think is 0.73. Come now, come now. And then so it makes it look like that. So it goes from that to that. So it culls some out. King Gamer, start coding in C or C++ for game development. Neither. Pick a game engine. Go from there. Don't try to build one on your own, especially if you have to ask that kind of a question. You're not ready to build your own game engine. So start with the game engine. Unity is C#, Unreal Engine is C++. Godot has Godot script, which I haven't worked with it, but it seems similar to Python. So if you don't know programming, probably the easiest programming language would be Godot script, because it's similar to Python to learn. But Unreal Engine also has a visual scripting interface, as we're looking at right now. So if you don't want to learn how to write code, Unreal Engine may also be a good spot, good starting place. Anyway, so we have our points here. Now, what I need to do is, I think probably like some sort of distance filter or something. Let's pause region so we don't just go nutso. Because what I want to do is, this attribute set has a spawn radius. So I want to pick, 1,000 is actually way too high as well, I think. 1,000's probably way too high, but we'll start with 1,000. But basically, I want to get points from that thing that we were just looking at that are 1,000 apart. So each one of these little cubes is a point. I want to get... first of all, let's do a slope filter as well, right? Let's do a slope filter. Filter attributes by normal. Now, maybe I want to pass in frame material type. Do I have a slope filter already? Here we go. So yeah, copy that. Okay, I just copied the fucking comment and not the contents of the comment. Thank you, Unreal Engine. Slope filter. So normal to density. Density filter. So let's see what this looks like. We need to regen now. Okay, yeah, so now we just got the flat one. So we're not going to pick a spawn point that's like, you know, on the side of a freaking cliff. Honestly, I might want to pare that down a little bit. Yeah, some of these are going to be... Yeah, some of these are going to be kind of bad. Maybe we can go 0.8 even. Does that get rid of any? 0.9. Probably takes a second for it to generate here. Okay, that looks about this. That looks about the same. What I'm worried about is like what chunk am I on? I have no idea what chunk I'm on. Let's just pick this guy right here. Okay, that's very little. Go back to 0.75. I want to see it on the actual terrain. We are on chunk 130 is our chunk cord. Why is it so skinny? Wait, are we just dealing with underground shenanigans right now? We shouldn't be. Honestly, I want to call these by the surface ones as well. No spawning underground yet. What shape is this freaking making, man? This doesn't make sense at all. Show me this. Show me this. Oh, we just got rid of a ton in that chunk. Okay. Okay. So we're only getting like a little strip here. Can I actually visualize that now? Show me that on the world. Okay. Now we're going to be doing this for each thing that we want to spawn. So this is just like, we're just trying to define an area for where we want to spawn a certain entity archetype, right? This will be like a bandit or a wolf or something. So everything that we're looking at, this is like wolf territory, potentially. And then we're going to overlay more noise on top of this so the territories will get overridden a little bit. We'll do different seeds and stuff like that. And I think they built in, actually, let me see this here. I probably want to use the world seed plus the index to change the noise, actually. So let's do that. Get actor property. We need to get the seed here. So we need world data.seed, I believe. Let me look. Do we have the world data seed on here? I suppose we can just... all world actors does not feel like the right move. Because that's going to be kind of a lot. Now I could just do self world map. Which, what do I use that? Oh, I probably use that to get the biome. Can you use pointers in... Let's see here. Unreal Engine, not that. Unreal Engine, what do I want to say here? PCG. Pointer actor properties. Can we do that? Is that a thing? Filtering PCG, blah, blah, blah. What does this do? What are you doing? Can I do... Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about pointers. Is the word pointer on here? No. Okay. I guess I can just try it and see. Yeah, let's just fucking try it and see. Well, it's not blueprint read only, so that's probably gonna be a no. Probably gonna be no. Okay, let's just stick with this for now. This will be fine. So if we get world map, it'll be world data.seed, I believe. And so we can pass that into here. So seed, and let's actually add. We want to add the loop index here. And that way, because we're looping over every single type that we want to spawn in the world, every single mob that we want to spawn in this zone. And so we want the noise to be different, but deterministic. So deterministic, so we need the world seed. That's going to be static for the world, but we can't just use the world seed for each one, because then that would just generate the same noise for each one. So we want to add something to it. which we can do as the loop index, and that'll make it deterministic. So that as the loop index, and that'll make it deterministic. So that loop index should be the same. It'll be deterministic as well, because the order will be the same. So it's probably going to change the noise a little bit here once that regens, if it regens. I don't know if that's going to regen. It should eventually. Okay, slope filter. Let's also do another delete attributes here. And it's so weird that delete attributes is how you actually get an attribute. So I want attribute equal to, what did I call it? Like spawn on surface or something like that. B requires surface. B require surface. Okay, so branch. Output A, output B in. There should be output to B. And so we should actually... This probably needs to be the first, because this is going to get rid of the most points. So put this up here. Go in. And then we want to do a filter, attribute filter, right? Attribute filter. Target attribute. We want... Actually, do we need a branch? We might not need a branch, actually. What do I call... Let me look. What do I call it? Is on surface. Is on surface. Constant threshold. Type is Boolean. Can I not add... Can I not add that as an override? Oh, there we are. There we are. Threshold attribute. Is that what I want to plug into? Or B require... Well, that's not exactly going to do what I want, though. It's not exactly going to do what I want. I think I do need the branch, actually. So put that in. We output to A. This is if output to B. So if we are requiring the surface, bool value true, then we do the filter. And then can we do a gather here? I think maybe. Or otherwise, we just go straight through. I think that's what we would do there. Okay, this is getting messy. Say surface filter. And so let's take these guys, move them out there a little bit. Okay. And that's actually, put that over here. Named, just call that seed. Seed. We're probably going to use that again. I don't know, but it's just cleaner that way. Cleaner that way. And then maybe I can even do a named one here. Named, let's call this, spawn entry. Spawn entry, sure. Spawn entry. This way we don't have noodles going everywhere. Spawn entry. Spawn entry. There. Okay. Okay. So this is kind of like our initial data here. Okay, so required noise level. Okay, good, good, good. Good, good, good. Turn you off. Let's make sure. Let's see what this outputs now. Oh, actually, pause that. I need to go from here to there now. And then this will go right there. Cool. Cool. Okay. Let that regen, I hope. We'll force regen just to make sure it does. Okay, so there's... I don't know why it like stopped on some of the values. Okay. Slope filter. Yeah. Okay, are you okay, interesting. Require surface is true. Filter attributes is on surface. Inside filter returned. Okay. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, operator is greater than. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense for a Boolean. Is true greater than false? I would think so. That was the issue there. Regen that. I hope this gather does what I think. I hope that does what I think it does. Okay, what's the dealio here? There are 0 entries in the attributes. Then why are we loop? Why did I get in the loop if there are 0 entries here, huh? Huh? You shouldn't have looped. Okay, can I please have data? Can I please have the data? Okay, we might have gotten in our like little stuck situation again here. We'll force regen on the outer graph. Okay, things are happening. Things are happening. Still no inside filter data, or this one just hasn't gotten done yet, maybe. And we were at we're on chunk 030. 030 is right here. Okay, now we have data. Gather, we have data. Spatial noise, okay. Now, did that get rid of the... Okay, we have a couple points there. So let me look at that. Okay, yeah, so we have all this underground data here. And then once we filtered it, that's no longer there. Except we get a couple errand points, which will... I think I know what the issue is there, and we can fix that later. That's on my list. I need to kind of redo a lot of the terrain gen stuff, though, so... Waiting to fix that one. Spatial noise gets applied. Filter the noise. Wait, there's only 3 points. What? I may need to make... Should I make the noise just smaller overall? 'Cause yeah, I barely got any points returned for that one. Maybe this is just a... Let's pick a different... Give me that chunk. Which is, what now? 040. Which apparently has not ran. Okay, this chunk. What are you? 140. 140. There's your noise. That density field, that worked out a lot better. Okay. Now the slope filter should knock down some of those. Okay, there's our spawn. There's our potential spawn points. Now I'm worried about these ones, like right here. Because like that is likely on the top of a mountain. It's like right up here, you know. So this is actually good noise to test with, because this is probably my most difficult noise. Yeah, like, I don't want to spawn something right there. I don't want to spawn something right there. I wonder if I should do, like... So I know that there's this new node. Pathfinding. So I wonder if I should just do, like, a random pathfinding trace or something. Nah. Yeah, I'm wondering, or I could write my own node. I could write my own node and do like a test to see if it's navigable. But the thing, I guess the thing is, like, I don't know when the navigation is done generating for a given terrain chunk, so that makes it kind of difficult. So let's look at the navigation here. Yeah, we may need to do a... So most of them are okay, right? And I guess this is what EQS is good at. Yeah, so the green represents the nav mesh. And so if they don't get spawned on that, they're going to be stuck. Now I could pick those spawn points, and I could do a, there is a function for project to nav mesh, which will just take that location and then put it on the closest navigable spot. Now, we also have little nav mesh bits like that, little nav islands. So if I take that spot, oh, there's actually a little tiny bit of nav mesh there too. So yeah, they might just get stuck there. So I may need to do like pathfinding to some other navigable spot on the terrain chunk. Actually, maybe just pick a terrain chunk not on this terrain chunk. God, there's just so many issues though. Even if I did EQS, which is Environment Query System, it still spawns them on nav islands. So here's EQS. Yeah, and you can do a navigable navigation trace mode. Search height below point. Huh. I wish there was some sort of node to be like, only spawn it on nav meshes that are large enough, nav sections that are large enough. Is there a thing for that? Unreal Engine. Nav islands? I don't know, like... How to filter out unimportant nav mesh areas. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be anything. All right, Google, help me. My phone was like, I'm here for you. No phone, okay. Okay, I'm using Unreal Engine, C++, and BP. I'm wondering if there's anything built in to determine whether or not I'm spawning, or I'll say whether or not a given location, I'll say potentially projected to nav mesh. Nav mesh is on a nav island. Or in other words, a small section of the nav mesh that is not connected to the greater nav mesh. Okay, well, let's see what Google can cook up here for me. Currently breaking down the user's query about nav mesh islands. I'm now refining the definition of a nav mesh island. Yeah, find path to location async. Yeah, I was planning on doing some pathfinding too, so. Reachability is a key criterion for it. But I think it's going to do kind of what I had already said, which was do some pathfinding query to see if it's on a nav island or not. Okay, what's your final answer here? It's a classic and important problem. Procedural level generation. Yeah, I didn't even knew I was doing procedural generation. It has built-in tools to solve this, although not a single function called is on nav island. Damn it. You can solve it by checking for reachability between 2 points. If it's impossible to generate a path from that location to a known main location on your map. But I guess that's the problem, and that's why I asked the question. It's like, there seems to be so many problems with like just picking, like I don't know what a valid location is, like from code. Like of course I could look at this and be like, okay, yeah, obviously, you know, this area is a valid location. But when I'm just looking at an individual point in space, it's kind of hard to tell it, like, especially when I have procedural terrain, like, how do I know that I'm not getting an invalid location? You know? And there are also, like, there are disconnected, like, pieces that are like, I just don't want to do, like, this one, the tiny ones. But, like, this one, this is kind of a big section of the nav mesh. It does not connect right there. But I would still want to spawn things on that. I think that would be valid. I mean, I guess what I could just do is just pick some locations, pick a few locations. God, this is going to get so expensive so fast, though. Doing pathfinding. Yeah, that's gonna get really performance intensive. I mean, the good thing is I don't need to spawn these things immediately or anything. So it's still feasible, but I guess I could just, like, whatever the minimum radius I want the location to be, I guess I would just do pathfinding. I could just do it in 4 directions, right? And as soon as one of those passes, as soon as I can actually find a path to one of the 4 locations within the radius of whatever I determine the smallest nav island to be, I think that would probably be it. So Google, I don't even need you anymore. I figured it out. I think that's probably the best way. It seems so expensive though. You know? It seems so expensive. But we'll go ahead and see what Google cooked up here. The main reference point, the player start location. Well, that's not always valid or gettable to from every zone, so blueprint implementation. I don't really need to know the implementation. Location of the player. Node by node. Yeah. I mean, this doesn't it's the same pathfinding I already do, so yeah, okay. No help there, really. No help there. I have somewhat of a way to do it. That's kind of a stretch goal, though, so we don't really need to worry about that too much. Cost function mode. Fitness score. Use path traces. They used to test for collisions along the path. Oh, okay. No, we wouldn't want partial paths. Output S spline. I don't care about that. Curve. That is cool though that you can do that. That's actually so fucking cool. Holy shit. Oh, you know what I could fucking do? Oh, guys, check this out. You know what I could do with that? Oh, I love this. I love that I just thought of this. Okay, check this out. So, if you've been sticking around and, you know, not brain rot scrolling too much, then you'll remember me talking about how these white dots are the zone entrance chunks. And if you're new here, I'll explain it again. Don't worry. But each one of these different colors is a different zone. We're in Whitefire Valley right now. right next to Runestone Depths and Shadowfin Mire. This white dot is an entrance to that zone. So the border chunks, each pixel, are actually mountains. So unless you dig through a mountain, the only way to get to the other zone is through this white dot. There's a break in the mountains. And actually, is it rendered right now? Is that rendered right now? Wait, let me face that. Okay, so that's that direction. Okay, I think it's right here. I think the I think the 3D noise kind of subtracted it out. Okay. Okay, my bad. That's a bad example. But imagine if you will. Let me sneeze first. Excuse me. Someone say bless you. But what I'm thinking of is like, I can tell on a chunk by chunk basis, which is what each of these PCG graphs run as, if it's a zone entrance chunk or not. And I could do a pathfinding query from this chunk all the way to this other one. I could do it to each zone entrance chunk in this zone. And because this can output as a spline, you know what I could fucking do with that? I could like spawn like a little path or something, you know? Sorry, voice is cracking like hell right now. But I could spawn a little path. I could like, you know, deform the terrain a little bit, make the path sink in a little bit. I could put some like, you know, little, you know how they do like paths in games where they put like, you know, a little fence there randomly, which would never be the case in real life, but they just put like a random fence or a fence post, you know. And then I can use it to cull everything else. So like there's no grass there, no trees there, and it just makes this really nice path in the zone. I think that would be really fucking cool, actually. Oh, that would be so cool. And it would kind of help the player find the zone entrance chunks a little bit. Give the zone a little bit more life, you know? And especially once I start to do the vertex data move speed things, I think that's going to be really cool, because then you'll be able to walk a little bit faster on the path, too. Hey, just sending you love. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Got this whether you're trying to build something small or big. I believe in you. Oh, thank you for the kind words. I believe in you, too. Because you're a kind person, and I hope good things happen to you. But yeah, that's going to be really cool for that. I would love to do that right now, but that's a side quest. That is a side quest. Search distance. Search for the next viable point in the path. Yeah, so basically I just need to get 4 locations in a radius in each direction. That's gonna be, we'll do that. We'll do that later. That's a like I said, stretch goal. We're not gonna worry about that right now. Right now we just need to get the I think we just need to get some random points from here and then start doing distance things here. Now, what would be the best way to like do this? There is a distance node, but I've had trouble using this. There's the distance node. What was it? Distance to density as well. Oh, is that, did I write that? Did I write that node? No, that's a built-in one. Okay. Jesus Christ. Much shit happening in that. So we can do distance, and then we can do, what else do? I do some other things. Difference. I can do a difference as well. Because what I want to get is, I have a spawn radius, so I want to pick points that are at least a spawn radius away. So I guess I just pick like 1 point at first. I don't know. If I was in code, I would know how to do this. If I was in C++, I would know how to do this. Because this is only going to get... I could do distance to itself. I wonder if there would be a way to, like, accumulate these into a shape or something. that creates like 1,000 sized volume. Yeah, how would I do this? See, what other things do I have here? Maybe I should just do this in C++. Spatial. Elevation ISO lines. Goddamn. Convex hull. It's crazy. Okay, I need to take a break though. I need to take a quick break. I need to grab some more coffee, take the doggies outside. You know, that kind of thing. So I'm gonna be right back. Let's leave you guys with a nice background. There we go. Nice scenic. Nice scenic background there. I'm gonna BRB. And give me like 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes. And we'll be back for some more game dev. So, BRB.
It's
John C.
Why are you running?
Bag up, bag
Why
up.
are you running?
Bag up, Terry. Put in reverse, Terry. Put in reverse. Oh, Lord. Lord, please. Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please.
we got him.
What the dog doing?
Okay. Hello. Did I get a raid while I was gone? Oh my god. Hello, everyone, if you're still sticking around from the raid. Sorry I wasn't here. Sorry I was BRBing. Jean-Baptiste, thank you so much. I will have to check you out. I am sorry I missed that. Welcome in, everyone, if you stuck around from that. We're working on procedural terrain stuff today. What was it? It was a French raid. But we are working on getting some mob spawns, procedural mob spawns on the terrain. That's what we're working on. And so I've already got like some potential area for some spawns to happen in. This is all going to be done through PCG. But now what I need to do is I need to pick spots that are a certain distance away. And I'm trying to figure out how I should do that. Because I want to like pick a point, you know, every location in a radius around that point, it becomes invalid. It's kind of what I want to go for. And if I do distance to self, I mean, that doesn't really give me much. Actually, don't debug. Turn the debug off for now. Doesn't really give me much, I don't think. Because then that's just going to be basically black for all of them. Because they're so close to each other. What if I increased each point's size to the spawn radius and just started culling? Just started culling. Yeah, we're generating things right now, so there we go. There we go. That didn't output what I thought it would. Oh, Okay, let's do distance to density now then, I suppose. Or no, there's a thing I can apply, right? Set density, yeah. So set that. Then we can actually see the colors, the density information. You know, I think setting up a test level would definitely be in my favor, because this does generate pretty slow. Yeah, we're still generating things. Doesn't look like it, but we are. I promise. There we go. Yeah, it's just all black. Yeah, kind of. So that doesn't really give me anything useful. Now, if I did source and difference, does that give me anything useful? I don't know if this actually has a debug output or not. Spatially subtracts. Spatially subtracts a target different state from source state. I mean, we're just subtracting it from itself, so yeah, that's probably just not even going to output anything. It's probably just not going to output anything. Yeah, I wonder if... Excuse me. I feel like maybe I should... If I just expand by... I thought this would output nothing. Why is it outputting things? Why is it outputting things? This difference node is so confusing to me. What other nodes do I have? I need like spatial nodes, I think. Filter, point filter. Generate grass maps. Graph params. Metadata. I don't think any of that is anything I want. Why not? Blah, blah, blah. Spatial. World raycast. Sphere sweep. Interesting. Those are new nodes. Create points sphere. Oh, generate points on the surface of a sphere. That's not what I want. Difference, distance. What I already have. Duplicate cross sections. Inner intersection. Spatial data will be generated as a result of intersecting with the other source inputs sequentially, or no output if such an intersection does not exist. Inner intersection, and then just a regular intersection. Sequentially intersecting with the source inputs. Could an intersection exist? Okay. Point neighborhood. Computes quantities from nearby neighbor points, such as average density, color, and position. Okay, that sounds... I have no idea what that does, but I'm gonna drag that out. That sounds interesting. Projection, no. Spatial noise, spline direction. Subdivide segment. Combine spatial data into a union of all inputs. World volumetric query. Okay. Let's see what... If I put point neighborhood in here, what does that give me? What does that give me? Anything? Nothing's happening. Okay, we have some data. I don't know. What is this supposed to do? Search distance. Distance attributes. To write the non-normalized distance. Average, I guess we want those attributes. Set density. Yeah, let's set normalized distance to density. And I guess if I do search distance to 1000, which is like the spawn radius, that maybe this does what I want. Set average color. Takes the bounds into account. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. That's a very interesting... That is a very interesting map it just made. But I guess this is doing it on a per chunk basis. So across chunks, the overlap is going to be... There's going to be some overlap potentially. Damn, okay. I may need to pass in the... I may need to pass in the existing spawns for this zone. Any that have been computationed. I don't know, is PCG the right move here? Maybe I should just do this in one graph at the end, because right now every chunk has a graph. Oh, that looks so sick. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information, but it looks sick. You can see it draws the outline, right? Yeah. So cool. So cool. Yeah, so right now this is running once per chunk, and so it's going to have no knowledge of the neighboring chunks. And even if I keep a running list, like this is all running async, so I imagine there's not going to be a good way to resolve any conflicts there. What does average position do here? So it should be running, but I'm wondering if I should just have one graph run once the whole zone is done. And that way I don't have to worry about those kinds of conflicts. I guess the downside of that is like I don't have direct access to the generated PCG points. Okay, things did change slightly. That did change slightly. Yeah, I don't know how this can help me with my issue. Maybe let me try searching here. I want like a min distance between points. I can use the distance. I mean, I'm kind of going back and forth on whether I want to use EQS or not. Because, like, EQS already has a built-in distance between, right? Space between. So that functionality is already built in there. And it's just a grid thing. There's got to be a way to do this, right? Isn't there like an attract? Yeah. Mode. Tracks source points to target points based on max distance and a criteria. Which points to attract? What is this? What does this node do? Can I use this to like attract them to spawn locations? If I did source and target, well, I mean that's a weird, right? There's no way that's gonna do anything productive, right? We'll see anyway, just for fun. Yeah, but the EQS query is just going to be, and it already does the navigable thing. I mean, what's the downsides to using this? I don't have access to the PCG points. I would probably have to write this in C++. Or something. What else would I need to do here? Because I would want to not spawn them, you know, where a fucking tree is. I would need to rerun. I would need to redo the surface sampler. Basically, I would need to do the terrain collisions. Traces, the terrain collision traces, instead of reusing the ones from the PCG graphs. How would I do the spatial noise? That's the next thing then. I want to spawn them in like little groups. I guess I would need to. That's the part I would need to write myself, I suppose. I forgot, what did I do for test generator? EP test generator. Let me open that. Do item generation. Context locations. I would need to pass in the spline for the zone. I would need to pass in the spline for the zone and use that as like my bounds. Either that or create bounds from the terrain chunks. Yeah, you didn't, that just made them all white. That didn't really do anything, did it? Back to nearest targets. Does that change anything? Target attribute. Min of attribute. Density? Let's do max attribute and then do density. I have no idea what that's gonna do. So this is attracting the points to the maximum density point within a 500 distance. That actually sounds like it might work. Can we regen that? That actually sounds like it might do something productive. Can we get you to regen, please? Okay. Okay. That did something. Now I wonder if I should, let me get rid of these. I wonder if I should do let's do a attribute noise. So this is just white static noise. Density, make sure we're just outputting the density. It's probably, yeah, just set noise minimax 0 to 1. Noise applied if we apply noise to density. Yeah, okay. Yeah, unpause and change this to 1,000 because that's what our spawn radius is, just for testy tests here. If this works, then I think maybe we can still cook with PCG here. But if not, the EQS is sounding a little promising. Hello, sir. Hello, please. Did that work? Are those 500 apart? Do those look 500 apart? Those look a little too close. Okay, 040. You're not running how I thought you would run. Okay, we do have the attribute noise there. There's the attribute noise. Now attract. Okay, there we go. Are those 1,000 apart from each other? That is actually kind of what I wanted. Maybe? Maybe? To the max density, remove unattracted points. Remove all the unattractives. Get them out of here. Did that actually do anything? No, it's just changing the attribute noise. So we're going to remove the unattractive points. And then I guess I would want to do something to like... I need to like combine these points or something into a single point. So there's got to be like some union or intersection node I can do that with. Okay, that finally reran and I got nothing. Are we rerunning? Are we in the process of rerunning? I think so. I'm still having the problem of this running per terrain chunk, so I should maybe still do it on an overall one of these per zone, I think, maybe. Let me look at the code here real quick. I probably would need to, on each biome component, I have the biome zone actor, right? What, how did I set this up again? Biome zone actors. Where do I put the biome component? I've completely forgotten. Is it on world map? Oh, I just have one biome component, right? And it's on world map. That's how I did it? Yeah. Okay, so I think maybe then on the biome zone actors, I need to spawn them each with a... On each biome zone actor, let me pull those up. Biome zone actor. So, the one per zone, right? Or do I make one? What zone am I in? What is this called? Let's look for runestone depths. Okay, so we're spawning an actor. God damn, for each, oh yeah, I had to do this for the Niagara thing. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. But I think we should just use the main one then. And we can find by name. Those should be unique. So there's the zone. And then we can just run one graph for this zone. And then that will make sure that... That will make sure... that we don't like overlap entities. Now, I think I need to do some more terrain generation work, some more terrain system work, because then that means that there are dependencies on each terrain chunk finishing. Should I switch to Windows 7? Probably Windows XP, actually. A lot of servers still run Windows XP. But yeah, I need to do some more terrain system work, because then that graph is going to be dependent on every single terrain chunk in the zone being finished first before it can run. So that's going to take a little bit of work. I think I do need to just make a system where I wait for certain chunks to be finished generating, and then I get a callback from it. So I think I need that for player spawning as well, because the player spawning doesn't work perfectly. If I spawn on a location whose highest point is like not at the 0 layer. There's no example here in this one, on this map, because they're all under the 0 layer. But sometimes there's some really tall mountains, and so if I spawn at a point that's like up here, like I would fall through because the top trunk wouldn't be built yet, wouldn't be generated yet. Sometimes. So I need to do work there. So I think maybe, I suppose we can keep chugging along here. Oh, here we go. Wow, that got rid of a lot of points actually. Let's debug that. We can actually see some points here. And they show up already? I mean, I guess this is the downside. The downside of doing it per chunk. That is like kind of working though, you know? What's a 320? Where's chunk 320? There, this chunk. Oh, I do see points there. Oh, now we're getting some points to show up. It is taking a damn minute, isn't it? Taking a damn minute. That's so many points though. Like those are not 1,000 apart, right? Am I crazy? Those are not 1,000 apart, are they? I think maybe I need to make the spawn locations even farther apart. If that's the case. That's a lot of spawns. Like if I spawned an entity for every single one of these clustered points, that's a lot. So I think 1,000 actually is not enough. 1,000 schmeckles. What is that? Like a meter? Or is that 10 meters? That's 10 meters, right? Thousand schmeckles. Let's do 3,000. Let's do 3,000. Are those points going to be? It's like that's so close. Like there's no way that was not 1,000. That's less spawn points. So we should start seeing these like change a little bit, I think. If I turn it off and then back on. No. I think it's still rerunning everything. I need let's force regen here. And let's actually is there like a combine points? Combine points. What does this do? Combines each point to share a singular bound extent. And then there were some intersections, right? Intersection, intersection. For each given source input on the primary pin, spatial data will be generated as the result of sequentially intersecting with the other source inputs. My brain is not understanding that. Like a bounds something or other. Spatial data bounds to point. Any kind of documentation here would be wonderful as to what this does. Wonder if I need to just like, is there a partition by distance? I can do attribute partition. I want like some sort of location partition. Merge points. Merge points. Yeah, no settings on there for like how to merge them. Create. So I did this attract. Output attract index attribute. What is that? Maybe I can partition by that. If that's what I think it is, maybe I can partition there. Regen, please, so I can see whatever that attribute is. Rerun everything. Well, we're waiting. Oh, I love this. Oh, they added a button for this. That's so nice. I had to manually do that for the material color override. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, we're probably just gonna have to wait here. Probably just gonna have to wait. Okay. Do we have any daters yet? I see nothing. Yeah, maybe I should just do the terrain gen refactor right now. I really wanted to get some stuff spawned in the world though. Oh, there's a lot of things I need to fix though with the terrain gen. And I think I may have found a fix for my noise crash issue. I haven't seen it again. Maybe towards the end of the stream today we can just like generate a bunch of seeds, which is always fun. And we'll see if that crash can happen again, because it happened very randomly, rarely. Any data, please. Any data that you have would be wonderful. Attribute noise, give me the attract, please. Yeah, I think I've definitely messed some things up on in the internals of the PCG executor with my own nodes that like don't run properly. So I guarantee you that's the delay that we're seeing from actually getting information. Let's just regen. We'll just regen the whole world. Start over. Okay, we've spawned. We have some data. So let's see what this guy. Let's see this guy. Maybe, should I just reopen this fucking graph too? Yeah, maybe the graph UI just wasn't updating. No data available? Yeah, the graphs do take a while to run, don't they? God damn. Can you guys finish? Like, oh my gosh. Let me look at the output log. It's probably going nuts right now. It's taken so long to open up. There we go. No, actually nothing is happening. That's an interesting result. And now we're doing things. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Let me... What do I want to do about that? Let me... End. I gotta like delete the cache here. Okay, cache deleted. Okay, it's happening very haphazardly. Okay, I do have some debug points. Do have some. Aha. Okay, do we have that attract index? Okay, I can probably partition by that. Yeah, it looks like we can partition by attract index. So partition by attract index. First of all, pause regen, and then combine points. Combine each point to share. Now, does this do the point set? Places the point at the center of the combined bounds. I don't really need that. Just use the first point transform, I think, is good enough. Okay. So what I'm looking for is there to only be one point here, rather than this strobe light rave of a point. And when I think we have our spawn points, those are going to be our spawn points. And we need to do some additional error checking, like doing path traces and stuff like that. Hi, what GPU do you have? Welcome in. I have a 3080 Ti. Do I have some points over here now too? Maybe. Maybe. No. PCG does not like to be used at runtime. Come to find out. Come to find out. Okay, can you just give me something with some data, please? I'll look at attribute partition, maybe. Let me attribute partition. Jamie, pull up attribute partition. No data available. Yeah, and you're not... Okay, now you're running things. Now you're running things. Perfect, perfect. Are you building a video game? I am. I am indeed. Welcome in, Lionel. Welcome in. We're working on procedural spawn locations. So there's some examples of some spawn points there. So we got procedural terrain. Here's all my terrain chunks. Here is the world map. Here's me. So each different color in here is a different zone, right? Different zone. They got mountains around them, some borders around them, and so when you go from this zone to this one, different terrain, different biome, and stuff like that. So, and right now we're trying to actually spawn things into the world, like some actual enemies and stuff. And I think that attract functionality actually ended up working. I actually look at the data, please, though. I would like to look at the data, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, PCG, I would like to see what data you have. You know what? Click here. Do we have this one? Please, please show me. I need to verify. The area now looks low resolution. Is there a way to let AI increase the resolution? I have no idea what you're talking about. What area now looks low resolution? There is only one point here, so I'm pretty sure this is working the way we want it to. I would like to verify. Yeah, PCG is really chugging along. Forest Bug, who are you talking to? And hi. We got people over on YouTube Shorts as well as Twitch. So we got two different platforms going. I would really like to see some data. I don't know that I care about downstream graphs here. Please. PCG, please show me the data. Please. Good job, man. This is awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Aha. There are some stacked points. I don't want that. That's bad. We don't want that. We're supposed to be combining those. Now, if I could only see the data, I could figure out why those aren't combining. Yeah, I should probably just switch over to doing the overall terrain refactor, because then this will just run a lot better. Because it is not running well. I should probably also, like, this is definitely a side effect of, like, these are my own nodes right here. This is one I made, and I did it in C++, which allowed me to like overwrite a bunch of the built-in like PCG functionality, which let me do some cool stuff. But I think I also broke a lot of the execution type things. Is there a way to increase the resolution of the texture of the area that is procedurally generated? The texture or like the terrain itself? I mean, yeah, there are ways to do both. If you're talking about like, I'm just using like placeholder textures. So if you're talking about like how that like fades in and out and like kind of looks lower res at a farther distance than when you're close up. I'm just using like a pre-made texture for that. So none of this is like final or anything. If you're talking about the shape of the noise and how it's kind of blocky and pointy at some points, I am intentionally generating it in lower res. So there's all the vertices. I'm intentionally doing that so it generates faster, just for testing purposes. Just for testing purposes. I already have a system for increasing and decreasing the level of detail of the terrain. I just force regen this graph. It's not even running. These ones did look like they got combined. How large is the terrain when it's saved? Save. I mean, this includes this is the whole save game, so I don't know how much the terrain is on its own. This can probably give you an idea. Let me see here. Save games. It is 58 megabytes. And that's saving like the character and the terrain and every single position of all this stuff. And there are more terrain chunks actually generated than what are shown. It's serializing the nav mesh as well. And all that stuff too. Yeah, this is so annoying that the graph is not giving me the debug functionality that I need. Okay, I'm gonna try to close it one more time and open it. I just want to see this. Can you please give me something? Just give me something to work with. Okay, it gave me something to work with. It did do that. This is chunk 3 -10. Where is that at? 3 -10. It only came up with 1 point for this one. Or no, it's partitioned, so there's probably there's 15 points here. So looking here, we partitioned it right, and then we get 1 point per partition. Boom, boom. Yeah, okay. So attract, we went from how many points here? 8,887 points. $8,887 points. And then that turns into 15, I guess. And then can I do like a I want to like combine the partition. How do I like? It's a rotator combined. What's the like? Gather. I think maybe gather would do it. I think. So I want that back all into one single point set. Just proxy. Change now, input. Compose? No. Okay, gather did not work. Gather did not do what I wanted it to. A remap? No, it's not gonna work. Select attributes. Oh, is this what I was missing? No, that's not it either. Merge attribute. No. How do I get these? Is there something called collect? Collapse? What does that do? Oh my god, that's exactly what I was. That's the attract node. Collapses points with their closest neighbors until all points are farther than the search distance. Oh my fucking god, that's exactly what I was looking for right here. I mean, I redid it with that. Okay, let's test this out. Pairwise closest. At every iteration, we'll select exclusive pairs that are the closest. As opposed to what else? I guess nothing else. Position. Yeah, just it doesn't matter. Order. Okay, let's just do collapse points and see what happens. Attributes to merge position, yeah. We'll see if that, does that give us what we want as well? Okay. Are we done running? No, we're not. Yeah, this is so hard to work with. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I know what the answer to this is. We have it kind of like proof of concepted out though, which is good. I think this sounds like it's going to do exactly like what I was searching for when I did all this stuff, so. Still have a couple points. So hard to tell what execution these points that are shown are from. There's some over here as well. Is that 3,000? 3,000 might be a bit too much, actually. They're gonna wander a little bit, so yeah. I mean, I think that does do what I want. I think that does do what I want. Okay, now we're getting some points to show up over here. Now we are those points? Oh no, those are mushrooms. Not points, just mushrooms. Okay. Yeah, shit, man. I really wanted to get stuff spawned. But I know it's just, even if I do spawn, it's not even going to be how I do it, right? It's not even going to be how I finally do it. So we should move over to range and refactor stuff, I believe. I'm trying to think of where I want to go with this next. Because, so some things that I want to do. Let's pull up the to-dos here. Let's pull up the to-dos here. So, one second. Sorry, sending some work emails. Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let's look at... Do I have anything for like the terrain gen refactor that I want to do? Have I spec'd that out at all? I really need to start doing more of these document tabs. I like those. I like those. Let's make a new one and let's put all this stuff in there. Can I rename this? Okay, let's call this spawn. I'll just call this procedural spawns. Procedural spawns / POIs. Will be for both of them. There's a big section I can take out here. Building stuff. That can probably be its own doc as well. EQS spawn entities, procedural spawn entities, background spawns. I think everything in here. There's terrain gen refactor. Okay. Like everything in here can go in here. So that's separated out. Okay. Terrain gen refactor. Yeah. Let's just put terrain gen in its own doc as well here. Terrain gen refactor, because that's got some big blobs of data. BCG biome rewrites. Yeah, okay, so that wasn't exactly... Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. Okay. Range in. Make decision on whether to count close to trunks and player is moved enough. Some of this is like kind of outdated. Yeah, some of that's kind of outdated. I'm gonna move that up. Anything else I wanna? Yeah, delete all that now. Or for physical terrain material. This is just me putting thoughts out there. PCG biome core. Respawn. A lot of PCG stuff that I put in here. Maybe PCG needs its own tab as well. PCG. Yeah, just put all this. Yeah, put all that in PCG related stuff. There we go. There we go. There we are. Okay. Now that we're a little more organized, terrain gen refactor. Let's start at the top. And as a matter of fact, that's like a separate thing now. Let me just quickly read through this. I wish I could minimize bullet points. That would be nice functionality. Okay, so one thing that I want to do is try out moving compute shader brain generators to CPU code. And we're going to see if that's faster. The reason I want to do that is because while the compute shaders are faster than CPU code, I only have one thread to run them on. I have one render thread. And it turns out that's a bit of a bottleneck. So I'm wondering actually, now that I have this fast noise library, which I'm only using that for vertex data right now, not the actual terrain noise. But I'm wondering if I can actually do it faster on the CPU because I have like 8 threads to work with on most machines. So I want to try that out. Now that can be independent of just the overall terrain controller refactor, which is called endless terrain, which is not a good name. We should call this terrain controller or something. We should call that terrain controller. Now, this change, what I need to do is we need to make some considerations for my surface line trace to make sure that we're getting proper hit traces for the surface locations. So how that works right now is for every single terrain chunk, including these ones down here, like that is a terrain chunk as well. It happened to work correctly. I don't think any of these worked wrong, but there's what I do for these, each point on here, when I sample points on a chunk to figure out where to spawn things at, a starting point for a trace is actually slightly above the height map data, and it goes all the way down to wherever the bottom of the chunk is. So it actually starts way up here, and it does just a straight down trace. And if it hits anything that if it hits the height map, then it's a surface, right? It's a surface value. Or if it hits, yeah, if it hits any terrain before it hits the point, then the point down here is non-surface, but that requires all the terrain chunks above it to be built. So that is a constraint that I have to do, which is really all that means is just I need to generate them in a certain order. Because I'll just say generate in highest Z to lowest Z order. I'll say this is to make sure that the is on surface trace works properly. And actually it doesn't really, I don't need the order actually, now that I think about this. I should really just like ensure all terrain chunks above any given chunk are generated before running BCG. That's really the constraint. Now, the order probably is just going to naturally be highest to lowest because I'm just starting kind of at 0. And I'll say something like fix chunks above chord Z equals 0, not spawning initially. And I should probably add system for, I'll say subscribing to wait for a certain set of terrain chunks to be done generating. So, and then there's like, this is going to actually have 2 parts, I think. One is going to be like have Boolean for whether or not we want to make these chunks spawn or just wait for them to naturally spawn. But I guess like the whole like deciding which ones to generate first, you know, that's a whole thing as well, which all of this I'm already doing in some capacity. I just need it to get overall better. So really, let's see here. Just the whole like spawn a player and then determine which terrain chunks need to be spawned just needs to be better. And I'll just say change Z Let me think here. Platy Palabra, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Just trying to think of how I want to like change my terrain system a little bit, or like what requirements I need before I actually start digging into it. And you know, I have it working pretty well right now. I just need to. There's a few things that I need to do to make sure it works properly. Now that I've got a lot of dependent systems, like PCG is one, for example. And the procedural spawns are another one that we're adding. Yeah, and you can see I'm not not exactly generating it evenly. So I'm just gonna say change Z logic to spawn in small radius around the small radius. And for underground chunks. Change Z logic to spawn small radius for underground chunks. This is looking really cool already. Came here to see the process of improving and refining. Well, yeah, you're looking at it. Thank you, though. Thank you. I'm glad it looks cool. I think it looks pretty cool, too. I definitely it needs more, because, like, you know, these two zones are kind of the same. They're just different colors, right? I need some more biomes. I need some more terrain noises. I need to actually spawn things in the world. So all that coming soon. All that's like basically, and I think I'm gonna like rewrite the terrain controller a little bit to spawn them more effectively. And I may even try, like I put here, I'm gonna try to move my compute shader code to CPU. To just code on the CPU, and we're gonna see if that's any more effective. Because my big bottleneck was the spline distance calculator, but now that I put that into a Niagara particle system, that bottleneck is completely gone now. So now I can maybe move back to the CPU. We'll see. I'm going back and forth on that quite a bit. This actually, hang on, let me put this. I'll say, this would work for the above callback. And I can calculate, I can figure out what chunks need to spawn for that. Small radius for underground chunks. It's a small radius around player for underground chunks. And so the logic for determining which chunks to small radius around player for underground chunks, I'll say let's do like, I already have parameters for the kind of overworld. I'll call it the overworld chunks. That means something different in Minecraft, like the surface chunks. I already have logic for the radius of surface chunk and like how many extra to spawn as well that aren't rendered. Energy logic to spawn a small radius around player for underground chunks. And so, I mean, this isn't necessarily Z logic. This is like, I would need to, if chunk is entirely below the height map, that's the logic. I'm thinking like in a 2 to 3 radius, because what's the radius now? Where's 0, 0? There it is. That's 0, 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And honestly, if I'm underground in a cave, like if I'm in this cave, like I can't see very far. I'm just gonna click on that. 1. So what radius? 1, 2. And honestly, like a radius of like 3 would be fine. Yeah, I'll do if chunk is entirely below height map, params for underground chunk radius spawn. And I'm thinking like 2 to 3 here would be plenty. So given the chunk the player's in, plus 2 or 3 in every direction. So the diameter would be like 4 to 6, right? 4 to 6. I think that would be plenty for underground. And then the, I'm thinking, what am I thinking? I guess I would want a certain number below and above as well. Maybe that's 2 to 3 as well. So you're a software engineer. Maybe too much of a side question, but what type of project system did I work on? I'm a full stack dev right now, web dev. Is that the kind of answer you're looking for? I work in Angular, Dart, and Java on the back end, and then do a fair bit of SQL as well. Lots of metrics. And then let's also I'll just say cap. This is more of a terrain chunk generation issue, I guess, but cap the negative Z generation. I can't go too far down, honestly, because it's just going to be too much memory. It's going to be way too much memory. Dark mode win, yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't really work for docks, right? Docks are entirely built around being white. Although I think the mobile version has a dark mode, so. I agree with you though, Turning Cog. Welcome in. We've been doing procedural spawn locations, which we have. These little white dots that show up. We kind of have that. We figured out how to get them spaced far enough apart from each other and kind of put on some at least somewhat navigable terrain. And we have a list of things that are actually going to spawn here. And we have spatial, clustered spatial noise for them to spawn within. And so there's actually kind of if you imagine this kind of shape is wolf territory. Wolves respawn in this territory, right? Something like that. And then maybe this area doesn't have any because it's outside the spatial noise. But that can maybe have some bandits or something, you know? So that's what I was working on. And then I realized as I'm working on this, it's really fucking hard to work on, hard to iterate on. Because it's running a graph per terrain chunk. And that's a lot. That's a lot of graphs. That is a lot of graphs. And it also means that for our distance between each spawn point that we want, could potentially, it's not going to persist across terrain chunks, which maybe isn't too huge of a deal, but I think the way we should do it to make it easier to work on and to make sure there's no unnecessary overlaps is to just have one graph that runs per zone. And so in order to do that, we're gonna have to dip into doing our terrain controller refactor that I've been thinking about for a while. Anyways, Dipsy Bulldog, welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follow. How big is the chunk? 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles. And at this resolution, it is 41 by 41 verts. 40 by 40 cells. So yeah, I'm gonna need to build out some systems for like subscribing to like, you know, call me back when all the terrain chunks are, you know, all the terrain chunks for my zone are finished. Then I'll need to pass in the spline, the zone spline. Like there's that zone. That's a kind of big zone. And there's another thing, another like really hypothetical thing that I've been thinking of for I've also been thinking of like the procedural point of interest spawning. So right now I'm just working on like the background spawn locations, like just all like the random mobs that are just kind of spawned in between things in the world, which I don't really have things in the world yet. Just nature and world. And so those are just kind of, these spawns are just going to kind of fill in the gaps. But I was thinking like I actually came up with a pretty good idea for actually being able to carve into the world with PCG. So I can make things like procedural landmarks, like specific landmarks. Third person rim world, basically that's a good answer. What the type of the game is going to be. Yeah, I'm going for RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. That's what I'm going for. So medieval fantasy, something like Vanilla WoW, so lots of abilities, deep skill trees, multiple classes to choose from. And there's a building system. You can go around and gather materials. You can chop trees. So a little bit of survival-y in there. That's mostly just to interact with the Colony Sim system. And then I have the ECS system that I built that'll help me efficiently run the Colony Sim side of things across the whole world. I hope. I hope. World streaming race conditions is a whole can of worms. Well, I'm not using world streaming, so this is completely outside of any Unreal Engine system, which I prefer, to be honest with you. What is that structure behind me? What is that structure behind me? A tree? Yeah, because it's not gonna be too hard. I just need a list, and like every biome, I have a biome definition. Like this guy has, like this actor has the biome definition on him for this zone right there. So I have every single terrain chunk for the zone. It's all encoded in this map, right? It's all here. So I have that data. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. You see that terrain chunk cord up here. So 0, 0. That's where I spawned that chunk. And so I can just send this list to the terrain controller and be like, hey, call me back when they're done. Easy peasy. That part's not going to be too hard. We ended up basically rebuilding world partition for a project for the same reason. Damn. I mean, well, are you leaking some information about there being procedural terrain in your project? Because mine's completely like for procedural terrain things, but I guess you're more so just looking for like triggers and events to happen during certain where the player is going and stuff like that. So maybe not procedural. But yeah, the big one is this one is on surface trace. Like I need to ensure before running PCG that every chunk above the chunk that I'm running it for has been generated, so that I can tell whether or not it's on the surface. And that's what this system will be used for, as well as spawning the entities in the zone. They'll both do that. We're heavy on procedural. Ooh. Ooh, is it procedural terrain or just procedural placement things? You're getting me excited for more for your project. I won't say it just in case you don't want to leak anything. Yeah, the teleporting was also kind of a pain. I do have that. Let me see if I can just teleport over here real quick. Did my player actually move? Usually I can click on the map and my player's gone. The player is gone. It used to work. I used to be able to teleport. But what I did is I just moved the player like way high up in the air. And then the terrain controller was just like, yeah, just generate all the chunks around it. And then I just prayed that they would finish generating before I hit the ground. That's how it was working before. But I guess I broke it a bit. I guess I've broken it a bit. Let me see here. Where's my teleport player function? Okay, controlled pawn. We get the pawn. Set the controlled pawn transform to the new location. We set the location and then unpossess. Player needs to spawn. So where did they go? Because did my player get like fucking deleted? Did you get garbage collected? Should I do that instead? It'd be crazy if we got garbage collected within a single line of code being executed. Your project, yeah. It's not like runtime generated based on dynamic world events, but we use a ton of procedural tools to turn our 5-person content team into an army. Yeah, yeah. And building every detail is in the past. I think so too. I think so too. The procedural tools are getting really nice, especially in Unreal Engine. Are you done building? Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Let's try that again. We're actually going to do... Let's breakpoint that real quick. I do kind of want to figure out what's going on here. We'll see if that even gets hit. Player needs to spawn. We remove it. And so... Yeah, we'll see if we get there. Should be respawning the player. We build a majority of our own tools because project needs, but PCG's heavily utilized. Now, are you building the tools within PCG? Like, are you making your own nodes and stuff? Didn't CDPR do some work on the world partition or world streaming or something? I think someone came in here and said that. Both, yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, as with a lot of the Unreal Engine systems, it's like, you know, some of the, you know, the ones that aren't like fully baked, clunky and unperformant is like their middle name. Okay, so I'm here. So let's do this. Let's do that. Well, just do that one for now. Do that one for now. Okay, so I should be able to just like click on a terrain chunk and it should spawn me there. Okay, so we got here, controlled pawn. What are you? What's your freight? Come on, you can do it. Here we go. Yeah, that, I mean, I can't imagine why that wouldn't be correct. Let's look at your transform here, though. And what this location is. God damn, this is so slow. Player controller, controlled pawn. Transform. It's probably on actor somewhere, right? 97 more items. Wonderful. Transform. Transform. Oh, is it on? It's probably on like the root object or something, right? Root component. There we go. Collision cylinder. What's your freight? Where are you at? Oh my god. Oh, I hate how deep this tree goes. It's so annoying. I guess it's scene location has the transform on it, right? Relative, it has a relative location. Wait, where's the world location then? Okay, I'm just gonna say fuck it and not look that up. CDPR did their own flavor of world partition as well. Seems like a must if you're doing anything of density and scale. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Because that's like a big thing for open world games and stuff. Hour-long lecture on some of the... I think you were the one who came in and said that then, Turning Cog. You use like vanilla ice cream. It's good out of the carton, but you're missing out a lot of flavor if you don't turn it into a shake with all the good stuff added. Yeah, Hershey's syrup. That's it. That's it. Let's just step through, I guess. So location... That does seem like -3-1, so that is the right location. Are you... You're not like marked as like a garbage collected yet, are you? No, you're not. Okay. So player pawns, we add it there. We do have the player controller to player base there. We unpossess. Now, are you still okay? You hanging in there? He is hanging in there. Okay. And so we're going to step through this. Oh, my character is still... And he's gone. And he's gone. He was over there, though. Why does that get garbage collected? What happens on unpossessed? Because I don't want him to actually... Oh, I love this. Do you guys see this right now? There is a deprecated marker, but it's commented out. That leads to some very questionable indication of whether or not I should use that. And it's a 4.22, so not exactly a recent thing. They should fucking clean that up. New pawn. Notify only when pawn has been successfully unpossessed. Okay, so what is on unpossess? On unpossessed. Set pawn null. What do you do? What do you do? Honestly, I'm pretty sure this keys off of the player controllers as well. So I should set the player controller location too. That's probably the issue. But I definitely don't want the player to... I want to unpossess it so it's not affected by gravity or anything, you know? Receive. Unpossess. Destroy player input component. I don't know. I don't see anything that would necessarily... So why don't I, instead of doing that, let's just like... Well, I set the actor transform on the controlled pawn. Wouldn't that also move the player controller? Because I haven't unpossessed it at that point. I feel like that should also move the player controller. No? Or does that like happen at the end of the frame or something? Let's just not unpossess and let's just see what happens then. Let's restart. I hope that the CDPR Witcher R&D heavily feeds back into UE development for the rest of us. Yeah, that's why I see it as such a good move for both companies. Like, I think CDPR, they get more talent, right? They get more developers that are oh, come on now. We gotta fully rebuild. They get more developers that can get up to speed faster, right? And then they also have the engine help from Unreal Engine, and then they can also submit some of their own stuff back to Unreal Engine. So I see it as a great thing for both companies, and I hope that's how it works. Get player controller. I'm in. I have it. I have it right there. I have it right there. We're just gonna not unpossess the player controller yet, or unpossess the pawn. Get all actors of class. Are you just saying random functions that you know of in Unreal Engine? Now this is some cool landscape. Dude, can you imagine the myths and fables that must have been told about this, like this literally looks like a dragon spine. Like if this was in Norway, they're probably like, yeah, dragons died here. Okay, yeah, let's run that again. That's why most of us run UDS, yeah. I'm not, I'm just using the base. The base, like, little starter. Which is, like, you can just literally tell it's just rotating. It's just rotating. Don't look too close. Okay, yeah, we spawned. Okay. We're here. Okay, we have that. Where's the teleport function? Do we still have the breakpoint there? Yeah. I mean, I know that happens, so... Yeah. So that... But now I'm just, like, falling, you know? Now, I haven't hit the spawn player yet. Is that ever gonna happen? Do I have tick here? I don't think I do. And I'm not sure if the terrain controller is actually calling the terrain loaded anymore. Yeah, I don't think that actually gets called anymore. Chunks finished generating. Yeah, I don't know if chunks... Yeah, this is the system that I need to start working on. I mean, the whole thing I said where I need to subscribe to a list of chunks and wait for them to get finished generating would be good for the teleport as well. But now we've kind of like made it to where it's not completely broken. Let's teleport somewhere like way the fuck far away. Let's go over here. Well, it generates pretty fast, so that's good. So it generates before we hit the ground. It's good. And we're at a nice crossroads between some different colored noises. That's where I was. That's where I was. Are we gonna get PCG going here or what? Okay, we got a few things. Do you guys know of any like free like terrain material type stuff that's not like mega scans stuff? I would like to just get, because I'm not good at like materials or anything, but I would like to get some other material options for the terrain to kind of make some of the zones look a bit different. Because right now they're all just using the same stuff. Same stuff. Do you guys have any like, I don't know, maybe there's some on the marketplace or something? Or there's a humble bundle or something somewhere? It actually generated all of the Z chunks this time. I think it's just on spawn that it sucks at doing that. Yeah. I'm missing ones over there. Let's just get good at materials. It's only like a half-year side quest. Well, I've already done a little bit of it. Just not like the actual art part of it. That's the... I guess I just need textures is what I need. Just need like some textures. Assets. I need assets. I need an adder. I need a personal adder. That's what I need. Okay. What am I doing? I haven't done anything productive recently, so let's do a little. Let's just commit this real quick. This is just gonna be like. Yeah, commit that real quick. Get that out of here. Polyhaven was popular for a while, but it's more scans than stylized. Maybe that's okay. Let me look that up. Polyhaven. These are free. The public 3D asset library. Moon Vault. Texture. Ooh. Ooh. Browse texture. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is rocky terrain. And these are all like free and stuff. No more ads. Sponsored by. So you can just like straight up download that. Sick. This is awesome. Okay, yeah, bookmark that shit for sure. Terrain. They are like super realistic, but I can work with that for now. Tiger Rock. What kind of fidelity are you looking for, if not for mega scans? I mean, something more stylized, I suppose. Just not like super realistic 4K textures, you know? I don't want that. I don't need to test with like 4K textures, you know? Oh, there was under the textures. Well, I mean, these are still just going to be placeholders. Creative Commons. Is this CC0 is Creative Commons, right? What is CC0? Yeah, creativecommons.org, which is effectively public domain. Anyone can use the work in any way and for any purpose, including commercial. Think of CC0 as... Is that 0 or O? That's a 0, right? As a no rights reserved. Okay, yeah. Advanced Village Pack on Fab is an OG that has an array of textures. I might actually have that. I have Fantastic Village Pack, Medieval Village Pack, Middle Age Village Houses, and Vikings Village. Advanced Village Pack. Yeah, I feel like I do have this. Maybe I don't. Add. Accept. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I just need some more options, really. I appreciate these links, guys. You're looking for medium realism like the default engine look gamers expect. To be honest with you, I don't really know what the fuck I'm looking for. I've been thinking about hiring someone, like, you know, hiring just for some consulting hours to just talk about you know, rendering in games and art in games and how I should, because I don't even know how to, like, I don't know the verbiage or anything. Like, I don't even know how to say what I'm looking for. So I need to come up with like a bunch of examples of what I want and stuff. I definitely don't want it to be uber realistic. I also don't want it to be the default stylized, you know, Fortnite-y type look, because I hate that. Something in between, I would think. Something in between those. But there's a lot of in between, right? So I need to figure that out and figure out how to even talk about it, because I don't know how. So thinking about hiring some sort of consultant for art direction and stuff. And you know, I'm not even close to like hiring any contractors or anything like that. I probably will eventually for to get some non-placeholder assets, but I still think I'm pretty far away from that. Polyhaven is great for your exact use case. You can run the textures through GIMP or Photoshop filters. God, even that's too much for me. I do know how to use GIMP a little bit though. I created a board game And like I created all the shit for the board game in GIMP. So that was cool. And then I like printed it out, and then I like cut them out and I put them in Magic the Gathering card sleeves to like make them like cards for the game. Art direction's a whole can of worms, but you're on a great track, focusing on gameplay first with block and assets. Okay, well, good news. You can hit me up on Discord whenever you to chat art. Ooh, I would like that. I would like that. Are you in odds Discord? I can probably find you in odds Discord, right? No, don't show them. Don't show them. Yeah, I didn't want to ask you explicitly because I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I really appreciate you giving me that lifeline. Yeah, I will be more than happy to pay for some of your time. Eventually. Again, probably not anywhere close to that. What's going on with this chunk here? Yeah, I'm in odds. Okay, I'll find you there. Focusing on the art direction set me back a lot, but I won't have to do that work later, so I can make it fun with my blocking and just drop the curated shit in. I guess what it's also nice for, if you figure it out early, is like knowing your rendering budget, I would presume, at least. Again, I don't know what I'm talking about, but those chunks should have gotten cleaned up too. Add that to the list. Add it to the list. Yeah, I think if you got your art direction figured out early, at least you'd know like what kind of memory you need to work with for your textures and stuff like that, you know? I'm active on Discord for work, so I'll see your messages. I'm free for just chatting about stuff. I just respond when I'm free. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I won't charge just chatting about cool stuff. So, well, I may want to maybe schedule a meeting or something at some point. Again, nowhere close. Nowhere close right now, so. And hey, if you ever want to talk about procedural terrain, I'm your guy. I think that is the one point of expertise that I can talk about. Yeah, my PCG is all fucked up too. All sorts of fucked up. Oh my goodness. What did you do? What is this? I know about this issue though. I know about this issue. So I will say, like, one thing that I do, I've been watching a lot of Warcraft 3 streams lately. And, like, I don't know if this says anything about art direction. Maybe it's just vibe direction. But, like, I love the amount of contrast between the races. That was actually worse than this. Is this the new? Oh boy. Open image in new tab. Oh yeah, these are the new graphics, which I kind of hate. Give me the old shit. That's new. Warcraft 3 old graphics. There we go. Show me like the different race towns. Come on. Okay, so this is like a good, let's link a new tab. Open image in new tab. So like this is a good representation of like the night elf bases and buildings and stuff like that. Like art direction, I don't know how much, like I do kind of like the art, but I kind of do want it to be a little darker, grittier, I think, maybe. And definitely like higher poly, because this is like back in the day, you know. And then I guess this is kind of like an example of the orc buildings. They got like, it's like wooden, they got spikes, and they got like little tarps and tents, spikes coming out of the burrows and stuff, whereas night elves are like the trees, lots of foresty roots kind of thing, moonwells. But it's more so just a vibe thing, not necessarily like the graphics that I would like. And then the undead stuff is cool. I actually think that's some of the coolest. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Perfect. And then here's an example of an undead base, right? And so they actually spawn on this creep. So like this dark area is actually like, they can only build their buildings on the creep area, and it's spread, like when they put a new building down, it spreads the creep. And I think that's like a fucking awesome concept. And it like turned all these trees into like dead trees. And, you know, it's all super skeleton-y, super dark, and, you know, kind of like cool ziggurats, and fucking this guy's like just crying toxicity. Me too. But vibes-wise, that's what I want to go for. I don't know how much that translates to art direction. At least for like races. All right, here's a good. This is the other race. The human. This is just humans, right? Art direction is 50% silhouette design. Do you just mean like that? Is that just the shape? Is what you're talking about? Undead are lots of spiky points and hard edges. Nelf is all trees and bubbly shapes. Orcs are domes with ground spikes. Yeah, I think you're probably picking up on the patterns a lot quicker than I am. I would at least hope so. But then it's just like, what do you do for just the world, right? Like you have to like make these fit into the world, right? They're actually all on their own like backgrounds that fit for them, but it's like you can build these anywhere. So it's like everything needs to connect together as well. And I guess feel like they exist, they're capable of existing in the same world, right? The units are a big one too. I mean, it's like super low poly, right? It's, you know, I can have a little bit higher poly than that. You know what? Another thing that I have let me try to search here. Wow, but Unreal Engine. Oh yeah, it is that video. Maybe we can skip the Asmongold commentary. So, I mean, kind of. I mean, I don't know how much of this I would want, but like, this is an interesting take. Wow, that was like the shortest fucking video. Where is that? Did he link to the actual video? I would hope he did. He fucking didn't. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know. I have actually seen that actual video. I guess this is kind of like. Oh yeah. I'm searching for WoW thing. Yeah, here's like what people doing WoW but in Unreal Engine type shit. You should be able to turn your entire lineup of characters as only silhouettes and be able to tell what every shape is. Yeah, for like quick identification on screen. This camera angle sucks, by the way. This fucking sucks. But like something like this I would consider. Like I wouldn't be like, if I got aesthetics like this, I would not be mad at that. I think I would want to do something a little more unique though. This is still bordering on realistic, I think, a little bit too much. All the character work on every project I have been on and as an art lead. They all start as black blob shapes. That's funny. Oh, the sausage getting made. God, this resolution is also terrible. Even though we're on 1080p. Team Fortress 2 also does a really good job showing different classes as distinct silhouettes. Yeah, that's the thing about like just the character design itself in games. I think Vanilla WoW did a great job of that because every single race has a different like rig, a different model, different animations. And I think that really makes them stand out. Like dwarves in Vanilla WoW are the best dwarves I've ever seen, right? They're so fucking dwarvy. And you go to a game like Baldur's Gate 3 and it seems like dwarves and halflings are just short humans, right? Elves are just humans with pointy ears. That's not different enough, right? That doesn't feel like an elf so much. This looks like shit. This part looks bad. Oh yeah, this is Duskwood. This is sick zone. We can't really tell what shit looks like though. It's way too dark. Oh, did they make a Gul'dan? They made a fucking Gul'dan. That's so cool. Yeah, see, this is like too realistic, too high poly, I think. It looks awesome, but I think it's too high poly for what I would be able to both render and pay for. There was a certain video. Let's see this one. This character does not feel like he fits in the environment. That's pretty cool, but what is this? Is this AI generated? It is. AI cinematic, I was gonna say. That seemed weird. Oh, they redid the Valley of Trials. That's cool. Material noise on this one is brutal. On the AI one, yeah, it seemed all off and weird. They're short humans because they didn't want unique anima and just repointed. Yeah, I could tell. You can always tell that in games, right? I feel like it's just so. I would rather have less races that are more different with different animations and shit like that. Where's like the fucking Booty Bay one? There was one that was Booty Bay that actually looked pretty good. Right, here we go. Is it just a still? There we go. Oh, that's not too bad. Where is Crossroads? That'll be a good one. You have to pay for high poly? Well, I'm just assuming that it costs more to pay an artist to make a higher poly asset, you know? Yeah, more details equals more time equals more expensive. Yeah. So Adder, I'm curious, like, what would be like if I wanted to go on a ratio of cost effectiveness to coolness? What's like the best style for that? Because obviously ultra realistic is that the most expensive, or would be like something super specific? Anything would be most expensive because you have to make it specifically for the game. Because there actually are a lot of like pre-made realistic assets right on the marketplace, so that could actually be pretty cost effective if you're willing to use pre-made assets. Hand painted stylized is the most expensive. Like WoW art is hyper expensive at scale. Really? I would not have guessed that. WoW art seems quite, like, especially with the retail stuff, it seems quite generic, stylized, you know? Tomatoes cannot be trusted. You know what? I agree with you. I've never been a tomato lover. At least not on, like, burgers or sandwiches. But thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're just talking art direction right now, I guess. That's what we're doing. But I assume something like this would be quite expensive. I mean, I would not nearly have this many assets either. Like there are a ton of assets in this scene, right? What are the wait, hang on. What are these fucking pipes? What are these fucking pipes? That doesn't fit there. Unless it's like goblin engineering stuff over there. There's just a pipe coming out of the ground that doesn't fit. In this like tribal town. What about the style of the game Ashen? What is Ashen? Oh yeah, this is pretty unique looking. Yeah, it's pretty unique. It looks it's lower poly for sure, but that doesn't, I don't think that would necessarily mean that it's cheap, you know? It's kind of like, is it cell shaded? I can't tell. It's kind of got that almost like Breath of the Wild type look, but grittier. It's like a grittier kind of version of that, it seems. No faces. I love that. Just a mustache and a pipe sticking out of his face. Okay, what about graphics like this? Every texture is uniquely painted. Models manually UV'd for best UV layouts. Released amount of stretch. And ideal pixel ratio. Hand painting looks like ass unless artists is good at what they do, and those artists aren't cheap. A decent hand paint artist in the US is 120K a year. Oof. Most hand paint lead artists, 180. Yeah, yikes. Hyperreal, you get away with smashing scans together and auto unwrapping. Significantly less dev time. Interesting. For hyperrealistic, huh? But then you kind of forfeit yourself to the render budget. Hyperrealistic low poly. And then how easy is it to make the generic stylized? Okay, the orc warrior can blink. Interesting. But yeah, like the generic like Fortnite stylized. That's gotta be some of the easiest to do. That's all over the marketplace and stuff. These X game and UE5 YouTube videos are easy to pump out because they just smash scan data together with color tinting. Is that what happens here? I know they're super easy to make. I've always known that. I've never known about how much work goes into the actual art of it. I know, like, at least the placement and stuff is you know, it's all built-in stuff in Unreal, right? Anyways, yeah, I would like something closer to this vibe, these vibes. But yeah, right now I just have the generic stylized looking assets. Fortnite is a great example of cost-effective art direction. Yeah, it's so generic though. It's so overdone. And every game I see coming out, it's just like, you know, hero shoot, arena shooter, 5v5 arena shooter. It's like generic, stylized. Basic shapes, texturing tools that get you 80% of the way there, and a majority of their money is spent on licensing deals. Yeah. And then they can just like shit out a skin for 20 bucks and just make millions off it. Use FOMO to get people to buy it too. Well, there's a game I had. What is it called? There's a game I had pop into my head. God, what was it fucking called? It was like an ARPG, I think. Gloomhaven? Is that what I'm thinking of? Video game. Is this what I was thinking of? Oh no, this is like the turn-based thing. That's not what I'm thinking of. What was the... I gotta like look on Steam here for a second. Oh boy. It's like, what was it? I thought it was like Grim something. Grim Dawn? Is that what I'm thinking of? I think that's, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Can I get like a closer up? Yeah, it's kind of like a grimdark vibe. It's a lot of the majority of art direction time early on in a project is spent on discussing cost of said direction. Yeah, seems very important to nail down. Medieval Dynasty is a nice mid-ground realistic, and you get away with a bunch of shit. Yeah, but that's like the Rust style too, where it's like super almost kind of janky, you know? I have seen this game. It's kind of, it's like janky realistic almost, you know? Realistic jank. Which, yeah, you can still do a lot with this. It doesn't mean the game is bad by any means. A random video of it. I guess the jankiness comes from the animation quality and how they tie the animations together. Premium. Oh, you have to pay. Oh, gotta pay for that now. I mean, I don't know. This is like Skyrim-y type graphics, you know? Style that's both cost-effective but quality. Diablo 4. I do fucking love how Diablo 4 looks. Say what you will about the game. Looks amazing. Looks amazing. Yeah, it looks incredible. I would be so happy with that art style. Is this really that cost effective? It looks quite detailed. Is this I feel like this is very detailed or quite high poly. Scan data can drive a lot of the base of the texture design, but color palettes, silhouettes, lighting, and level composition drive art. All these UV light masks making everyone's house vibe look like an 80s horror movie monster. What, in the medieval dynasty videos? If you're smart about it, a lighting artist can give your entire art direction. Yeah, and I know lighting in Unreal Engine can look very samey for a lot of games, but I definitely want to dive into that quite a bit to understand that. They're just noise heavy. Only that can be done in modeling with texture slapped on. Ugh, if only I could understand the big brainness. So it's almost like it's like stylized but based off of realistic scans. So like how big are these textures, do you think? Like these like 2K textures, smaller probably? Is it like a very memory intensive style? Because I look at this and I see a lot of detail and I think, okay, those are big textures. In the advertisement before the video, I see. Most of that ground plane is solid colors with noise normals. What about a game like I assume it's probably similar for PoE, right? PoE 2. They've got a pretty decent art style as well. And I'll say the VFX in PoE 2 look amazing. They look amazing. This is actually like, this seems actually kind of more detailed. I see more clutter here. God, that's such a shitty res image. Yeah, the particle effects look crazy. The VFX look crazy in this game. Yeah, this seems actually higher detail than Diablo now. Less stylized. A little less stylization. It's largely packed noise textures that are painted. Yeah, I wonder how expensive the VFX are in PoE 2. Oh my god, it's such a small image. It's just like an overworld image, right? Yeah. It's a crab guy. PoE2 is an example of less attention to painting out noise. Okay. Diablo is a great example of noise weight painting through vert painting directly onto landscape planes. Yeah, I do have a lot. I'll be using a lot of vertex painting for sure. Diablo does a ton with verticality and depth reads. God, I wish I understood better. Your style may come together cohesively because of the compromises you make to how you do the textures. This is all too big brain for me. It's all too big brain for me at the moment. Look at noise density in Diablo screenshots. The playable space is clean. Outside the edges of playable space is high noise, immediately creating a visual leading line for where the player can and cannot traverse. I actually kind of hate that about, not the texturing or anything, but I hate that like the Diablo has strict, like you can't go here, you can go here bounds. I kind of hate that in Diablo. Making sure that the heavy VFX noise becomes the focal. PoE can be hard to read because they do not paint out the noise on their player paths. I do think that makes sense. Yeah. Like you're kind of saying like the detail, yeah, is I mean, I guess here for like the rocks and stuff you can a little bit, but I think I get what you mean. I probably am doing a terrible job of convincing you of that. Remember when they said Diablo 4 is going to be open world? And it was just not really. Like, I don't know, would you guys consider Diablo 4 open world? Because I wouldn't, really. It's really just like a zone with like 2 entrances and exits. You know, two ways to get in and out of the zone to the next zone. It's like, I don't know, it just seemed like a big map. Didn't really seem... Open world is kind of subjective though, so it's a gradient scale for sure. But it was not as open world as I would have liked it to be. PoE does some environment layout well, it's not all bad, but Diablo 14 put a lot of work into making sure the majority of their environments were dialed, yeah. Well, I think for their RNG too, for like the dungeons and stuff, like they all kind of had to fit together that way as well, so that probably helped them, like, it was almost a necessity to go alongside it. It was more open world than it shipped as. Destiny fell into the same trap. Fully open world is hard to make fun and engaging. Well, I'm gonna fucking try. Skyrim did it. Skyrim did it. Yamio, hello. No, I don't buy anything any company says nowadays. It became a marketing scheme to oversell. Yeah, I agree. That's why I was super skeptical of the CDPR tech demo. Like, I was like, what are the chances that that's actually going to look like that on release? I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Yeah, I definitely would not be like, if I could intersect this with all the Warcraft 3 stuff I was looking at, I think I would be happy with that. I have no idea what that means though. Like, if I was an artist and heard that, I'm not sure I would understand. Ooh, we get a little GIF. Hell yeah. A tiny GIF. That looks like the VFX just looks so fucking good. Like the little swipes, like this swipe right here at the end, that one looks so good. Yeah, this is super busy. This is super busy. Doable for sure, but Bungie and Blizzard are a little too gung-ho, making sure every event and engagement is fully curated. Yeah, that's kind of... I don't like that as much. Because like in Vanilla WoW, there was negative space, and it feels like they're like... They have like a aversion to empty space now. Like they're allergic to negative space. And I think negative space is really important in games. Because it gives the exciting space excitement, right? Bethesda is okay with it being rough and a little around the edges, a little jank. Let the player create engagements. Diablo and Destiny leads couldn't give up all control of their engagements. Yeah, it's completely different mindset. It's kind of crazy. And like the mindset is just like let the player interact with the world, and Blizzard's like no, we don't do that here. The world is an amusement park created for the player. Going back to the topic, contrast is important. Just be sure to have rest and interest zones. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say with the negative space, positive space. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and that's I think what, like we're saying, Blizzard doesn't do as well anymore. Everything, it's all too curated. Yeah, and I always feel like what you hear from players wanting is make everything... Like when I was working on the LLM quest generator, I had some people saying like every quest, like why make the go fetch 10 apples quests? And I'm like, well, I certainly want those to be every quest, nor would I want them to be a majority of the quests. But I do think those types of just simple fetch quests are really important for the game. I was like, I think the somewhat boring quests make the exciting quests exciting. If every quest is exciting, then none of them are, you know? If everything is epic, then nothing is. And I know, like, watching some interviews of, like, some of the old Blizzard devs, like Metzen and stuff, like, the philosophy was always, for WoW, was always, like, make it more epic. Make everything more epic. And... despite that, Vanilla WoW still came out with some, like I said, some good negative space in the world, but... as the expansions continued, everything became more epic, and then it's just kind of like we're killing gods and shit. I mean, you did that in vanilla as well, but you went to outer space, and there's like a whole race of Draenei that have a spaceship and shit, and it's just like everything from like the art direction to the environment layout to the quest design to just the overall narrative choices. It was all too epic, and every sword was like crazy. You know, every piece of equipment is fucking crazy looking, and then it all just kind of blends together. The tree spawn, you're saying spawn stuff along rivers and stuff like that, yeah. Because PCG can drive a lot of your busy and rest areas. Yeah, I do intend to do stuff like that. Like, I did actually have some of that when I had water in the game. I had to take it out because of the 3D noise. It didn't make sense anymore. But yeah, I do want to have pools of water and stuff and put some stuff around it. I did have a little bit of that going. And let me tell you guys about the new idea that I had and I came up with when I was going to sleep the other night, actually. So I think I figured out a way to, I haven't done anything about it, but I think I figured out a way to actually have procedural points of interest to actually carve into this landscape and actually give it more differentness instead of, because it's all pretty samey right now, you know. I think the 3D noise does a good job of breaking it up, but like this zone and this zone are like the fucking same noise. I think that one might be the same as well. But I think what I'll do is I'll have PCG graphs for procedural points of interest, and then I can reference different noise nodes in there. I can even create some of my own in C++, and I'll define like an inner bounds and an outer bounds. And the inner bounds will define like the space of the point of interest. Now think about something like a quarry. Like that could be a point of interest, like some kind of mining quarry, you know, like kind of spirals down into the landscape. If I wanted a point of interest like that, I would actually need to deform the landscape. And so I think what I can do is you can create dynamic mesh components in BCG. Like there's the spawn dynamic mesh and stuff like that. I have all the terrain parameters as well.
So I can turn these points, these cubes and stuff that are spawned by PCG into the vertices that would match up the same resolution. And I could come up with some noise to spawn a procedural quarry, right? I would just need to, layer some 3D noise all the way down. And I can actually use the outer bounds. The distance between the outer bounds and the inner bounds is kind of like my blend area. And wherever I'm placing this POI, I'm just going to overwrite any of the terrain data inside the inner bounds to whatever PCG gives me. But in between the inner bounds and outer bounds, I'll do a distance lerp, combining the height map and the 3D noise values. I'll have to do it separately, but I will lerp them away where when you get to the outer bounds, it will be fully whatever the terrain is. And so that way it will seamlessly match up with the zone's terrain noise. And of course for the 3D noise, that'll get lerped away as well, so it doesn't punch holes through. Although maybe for something like a quarry, I would want that to punch through. So I think that's going to be like my procedural landmark system. And I think that could actually be really cool. Really cool. Because then I can start to make it look like encampments and villages and towns and like things that would be created by like a human. I can make them actually look like they were put specifically into the world. Like imagine if I created like a town and then I just put like mountains around the outside of it on 3 sides. It would look like the people specifically built that town there because of the defensive position of it, because it had mountains on all the sides, right? But in reality, I generated those because of that point. One of the problems big companies have that they're stuck with the power creep. Yeah. Especially for MMOs, live service games too. Talking about PoE and Diablo, you aim to go with dark themes? I would like a little darker, but not like... That's a nice mountain. Yeah, this is some good noise over here. Using the noise the way you are, you can apply the same ideas to textures and get a long way. Yeah, I do know that. I do have some of that. Like you can see in this area, like you can see on the grass, I applied noise there to make it darker and lighter. It's then more about the base fidelity of the textures and the models. Have you seen how Scrap Mechanic handles the procedural map with POIs? The POIs are basically one terrain tile, I think, but I don't think it's in the scale that you want to do it. Yeah, for what I'm saying, I would need to calculate the terrain chunks that it takes up. And I think with what I have in my head, maybe I didn't explain it very well, but I think with what I have in my head, I would just take the area and location of the bounds that I'm talking to, and then I would just need to overwrite, because I have the height map and the 3D noise in 2 separate structures, so that I can actually, and they're ordered, right? They're in a deterministic order based on the vertice locations. So I would be able to overwrite them based on the location of the whatever this POI terrain modifier override system is. And so I would just be able to like, do a lerp between the 2 based on the distance and to the edge. And then I would just need to make sure once it gets to the vert on the absolute edge of the outer bounds needs to be the actual terrain noise, the back, like what'll effectively be the background noise of the zone. So that's my idea. I'm super excited to try that out. It sounds awesome. I know there's going to be a ton of issues that I have to figure out with that, but we'll see if it's performant or not as well. And I think I need to even get into that, I think I just need to do this terrain gen refactor as well, which I'll probably end up starting tomorrow because I gotta hop off soon. But we'll check out Scrap Mechanic real quick. I have not heard of this game. It's runtime procedural generated as well? Or is it like handcraft procedural? You get what I'm saying? I get like a Give me like a vista viewpoint. That's funny. You can just build all that shit. UDS does have some really comprehensive weather systems that work well when scaled down to 2D clouds and whatnot. These weather systems could be leveraged to inject quite a bit of variety in color palettes without heavy-handed local material changes per zone. You're saying the weather would affect the zone's textures? Well, like how much it rains or how cloudy it is in the zone? Building your own system is time intensive. It is seed-based as far as I know. Okay, so then yeah. One of the best games ever, but it's never going to come out. 1.0. Are you the dev of Scrap Mechanic? That looks interesting. I assume you can build all sorts of contraptions and shit. It looks like RoboCraft meets, you know, like Minecraft or something. Weather would affect the color, ambient lighting, fog, which is hugely important, unique to zones. So the way I was thinking was like randomly generating that, and rather like the zone itself defines all of that. Is kind of what I was thinking, Adder. Like I have like altitude information, and like see, like this one is called Shadowfin Mire. It's a swamp, and like imagine that name is generated from a bunch of attributes I put on it, like spooky, you know, shit like that. And then I should have a bunch of materials to choose from as to like what kind of terrain spawns there, like what kind of terrain material spawns there. And I should have some settings to randomly pick like certain ambiances and fog levels and stuff like that, you know. Little like particle effect, like if it's an enchanted forest, you know, you want some little fairies, you know, little fairy sprites flying around and stuff like that as well. Maybe just make it a little darker too, you know. What about Kingmakers? I have seen that. Kingmakers is crazy tech. That tech is crazy. Oh, it's the raft guys. Cool. Vanilla WoW was color tinted materials per zone to set the base palette, and then lighting would handle the rest. I do notice when you go from zone to zone, like you seem to walk into like a volume that changes all the lighting stuff and ambiance. Can you tie a weather override volume to a PCG volume to make the zones feel distinct? Yeah, I mean, I am planning on doing like volumes created from, if not PCG, then some sort of spline volume. What zone am I in right now? What zone am I in? I think I'm in the Amulet of Protection. Oh, that's that one. Well, yeah, I have this spline, so this could be a volume as well, a little spline volume. Then I'll need to probably just have something running on tick for the checking if the player is in a cave or not, because I'll have some specific things for the cave ambiance. Set up blend volumes for zone. You get away with heavy-handed color grading as well, which is something I do on every project I work on. God, I wish I knew all these little tricks that you're talking about. What you mean by them? Color grading carries the last 20% of zone art direction. Yeah, I'm just slapping some textures onto some terrain with some hard edges. So that'll need to be blended as well. Unfortunately. Hey, how you doing? Not bad map design. Well, procedurally generated, so I didn't design any of it, really. Welcome in that Raw Game Studio. Hello. That's what community's for. None of us can know all the shit. I suppose you're right. I suppose you're right. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Shit. I wanted to go over here. Because this terrain noise looks kind of cool. I guess there's no way I could get into that zone, though. Yeah, so I think next time we're going to actually do some terrain refactoring. I was trying to kick it down the road a little bit because I really wanted to get some stuff, some mobs spawned into the world to be able to actually start like having a bit of a game loop. But I think that the terrain is like if I ask myself, what does the game want? Not what do I want, but what is the game telling me that it wants? It wants its terrain to be refactored. The terrain controller specifically, not necessarily the generation, but rather not necessarily like the shape, but how it gets generated. That's what the game is telling me it wants right now. Is it possible to run and fall down from map? It looks like it is right now. Well, theoretically, it would continue to generate. It generates in a radius around the player, so the more I run over that direction, the more it actually ends up generating. But I do have some things broken with the terrain generation because I changed some things last time I was working on it. So the hitches are from PCG running, actually, on the new chunks. There should be some more, a little bit more generated, a couple more chunks. I guess I can teleport now. So I started over there. Let's go like in between these two. So I was over there. Oh, got stuck there for a second. If you aren't breaking it, you aren't doing interesting enough things. I like that. That's a good saying. Well-behaved game devs seldom make history. Kind of flat noise here. What zone did I end up in? I am in Bittermoon Basin, which is right next to the Jubilee Gardens. I suppose I wonder if that's an entrance over there into this zone. BCG is just giving up because Unreal Engine is using 26 gigs of memory right now. See if I can get on top of this mountain, this little hill here, and look around. Yeah, none of the PCG is spawning. It's a nice tall mountain spawning there. And so it looks like, yeah, no, the zone entrance is that one. So it doesn't get through there, I don't think. Yeah. I was hoping that would. Oh, this like super skinny zone. It's wider than I thought it would be. A wider zone than I thought it would be. There's a bit of a mountain right there. Yeah, another thing I need to do is make sure that any chunk above 0 needs to spawn, so that we can actually see the mountains and they don't get cut off like that. Did that slice clean through the mountain? It did. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna head out for the day. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. Adder, Turning Cock, good to hear from you guys again. Good to see you all. Yeah, I think next time we'll do terrain stuff. We'll do terrain gen stuff. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Just wasn't feeling like starting on it right now. Catch you later, friends. This was a great conversation. Yeah, I do love just spitting game, you know, just shooting shit, shooting the shit, and game dev, game design, all that stuff. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go to work now, but thanks everyone for joining me. It was really interesting having to go. You too, Tipsy Bulldog. Thanks for stopping by. So I'm gonna send you guys over to First Crimson, who it looks like he just started streaming, which is perfect. So he's working in Unreal Engine as well, doing a little like top-down shooter action. Yeah, you guys have a great day as well. Adder, good luck on your project. Looks awesome. I definitely will be having to try that out now to see what you did with it. Hit us with a release date whenever you got one. Is there one? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, take it easy, guys. I'll see y'all later.